discussion this afternoon. But first, please join me in welcoming Don to the stage and to the University of Michigan.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome. If you remember the old Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times, we certainly live in interesting times. In higher reality, we're facing a lot of threats, much more advanced threats than we have in the past. We and commercial companies are collecting a tremendous amount of information. They can know more about what we do and what we want to do, what we're interested in, than at any other time. So the issues of privacy, how we deal with that, the issues of security, I think are pretty important for us today. As Joel said, we've got a great lineup of speakers, and I hope that you come away with some great things to think about and understanding better how we're going to meet the emerging threat. So to start, we're fortunate enough to have Ari Schwartz to come and talk to us this morning. Ari is the former Special Assistant to President Obama and Senior Director for Cybersecurity, the White House National Security Council. Until recently, he coordinated all network defense cybersecurity policy, including critical infrastructure protection, federal network protection, supply chain efforts, cybersecurity standards promotion, and information sharing. He led the White House's legislative and policy outreach to business trade groups, academics, and civil liberties, groups on cybersecurity, and developed new policies and legislation. Mr. Schwartz is now the Managing Director of Cybersecurity Services at Venable LLP, where he will provide clients with holistic approaches to addressing cybersecurity issues. Welcome, Ari, and thank you. Thanks.
Congratulations on the new post. I met Don a while ago in the White House. He reminded me, and when folks from Michigan came to talk about the work that you were doing on Michigan Cyber Range, which has been, what's that? You can't hear me. I have no control over my mic, so I'll have to keep talking until someone can hear me. Is that better? Oh, it's on. Yeah. Now it's on. There we go. I do have control. Sorry. So again, it's my pleasure to be here. Congratulations again to Don. I was asked to come and give a presentation on cybersecurity and rights and liberties. Before I get into that, I'll give you a little bit of my background so that you get a sense of where I'm coming from in this space and how I think about the issue in general, and then we can go into a little more detail. And you're going to get a lot of me today because I guess I'm staying for the panel afterwards as well. So you have plenty of time to ask me questions and go into a lot more detail if we want to do that. I started in this space at the Center for Democracy and Technology. I was there for 12 years, and I worked on privacy issues and security issues while I was there. I helped to develop a group called the Anti-Spyware Coalition that ended up with a very successful effort in defining what malware was at the time in 2004 and moving forward from there. And based on that work, I ended up getting to know the folks at the National Institute of Standards and Technology very well. And when the new administration came in, there was a movement at the Department of Commerce where NIST is located to build an Internet Policy Task Force. And that Internet Policy Task Force did things like privacy and cybersecurity. And they brought me on to be the NIST representative to that group. Through that work, and I started there 5 years ago, and a little over 5 years ago, and through that work, I ended up being detailed to the Secretary's office. In 2 years in the Secretary's office, we had 6 secretaries, so it was a little bit of a tumultuous time at the Department of Commerce. But in that process, I was able to work a lot and build a really firm grasp on the cybersecurity issues throughout the government, working with the private sector very closely. We put together a legislative package at that time in 2011 from the administration on how to address cybersecurity issues. And one of the pieces of that was building standards for cybersecurity. In that discussion on building standards, when this came into the Senate in particular, there was a movement to try to figure out how to do this in a voluntary way, since it was unlikely we were going to pass any regulatory standards on critical infrastructure at that time, and probably still today. So the effort, in a lot of ways, shifted to being a discussion about how much more we could do through executive order in a voluntary way when it became clear that legislation in that space was not going to pass. That led a lot of people back to the National Institute of Standards and Technology and to build what was then called the Cybersecurity Framework. Through that work, I became very involved with the National Security Council, and they brought me on to the White House to work on a range of network defense issues. Privacy originally first and foremost, but then expanding into areas including critical infrastructure protection, federal government protection, and information sharing and promoting information sharing. And I'm going to talk about the range of those issues today. But first I want to take a little bit of a step back and talk about the word cyber and cybersecurity. When I first came in the government 5 years ago, I don't know if you can read that fully, but those of you that can't, there's a, you can go to XKCD and look up their cyber intelligence piece online. But when I came to the government 5 years ago, I was not a fan of the word cyber or cybersecurity. And I was going to think of subtitling this presentation, How I Stopped Hating and Learned to Love the Word Cyber. But maybe I should, but then I was thinking maybe it would be more appropriate to be How I Learned to Stop Hating and Became Ambivalent About the Word Cyber instead. And I want to take you a little bit on the journey on that, on how my views on it really changed, and I began to appreciate more why the word cybersecurity might be the right word in this space, and now that it's in my title, my current title and my past title, something that I think is important to talk about how we use these terms and why we use them. So originally, the thing that made me sort of most negative about cyber, I mean, there is this kind of like, well, trying to make it science fiction-y, and the whole thing science fiction-y, not based in reality, part of it. But the reason that the US government started to use the word cyber originally, dating back over a decade now, was that it had to do with parts of the military needing to justify its budget, right, as a lot of these things get driven. This is my own view of how these things developed in talking to and interviewing a lot of people in this space. But about 10 years ago, there was a clear view that the regular military domains, air, land, sea, space, all had cybersecurity issues tied to them, all had security issues, network security issues tied to them of different kinds. But they could only grow their budget so much within each space, and they couldn't unify it together. If they created their own new domain for these kinds of issues, cyber, as they call it, it's a noun in the military, if you talk to people in the military about this, then they could justify pulling more, working together in a better way, and also increasing the budget in the space. Obviously, that got a lot of defense contractors very interested in the term cyber and cybersecurity, and then people that wanted to sell to defense contractors in this space. And so the term cyber and cybersecurity was already sort of building in this space. But there's a second part of the story that became a lot more evident to me when I entered the government 5 years ago, and that is that not only do the military like the term cybersecurity, but a lot of the human rights people inside the government like the term cybersecurity. And I think that strikes people in a little bit of a strange way, particularly in Silicon Valley. If you talk about it, they think cybersecurity is a crazy word, and they look at you like you have 3 heads if you say it. But across the country, I think it gets lost a little bit why the human rights people like the word cybersecurity. And if you think about the other terms that we can use, so For NIST, we use the term computer security. It's computer security lab. But again, the computer security is sort of limiting, first of all, in the way that you imagine what computer security is, but also in how you define what a computer is, et cetera, and kind of looking at future of networks, et cetera. You talk about network security, that's not really getting at the information itself. It means something very specific. The internet security ties only directly to the internet, not on private networks. So there are all these limitations there. The one that sort of rings the most true for a lot of people in the human rights space has been information security, or information assurance, as you call it here. But the problem with the word information security in the international context has been that it has been co-opted by China and Russia and other countries. And when they talk about information security, they're really talking about how they secure information within their borders, what we would call censorship, right? So in all of these international discussions, when we're talking about information security, there's kind of this gung-ho for the folks that want us to increase censorship, and that's their number one concern, and they start talking about information security in that space. So the human rights folks started inside the US government and working with other allied governments started to use the term cybersecurity in that space specifically to mean securing the networks, securing computers, securing information across those networks in the way that we would think of security. And that has caught on around the world and has made it easier to have the discussion about what cybersecurity is in a broader context without tying in these ideas of censorship with keeping the idea of the open internet, keeping the idea of open networks. So while there is this tension about using this term cybersecurity, cyber intelligence in this context here, and so many other ways, using the word cybersecurity helped to put forward the idea that you can both have open networks and secure them at the same time, which is so important to academic institutions, so important to the free flow of information, to the economies in this space. So that's where my move from being skeptical of this term cyber and cybersecurity has moved into a gradual understanding that it is helpful to have a term like that out there that can address these kinds of issues. But that does mean that we need to do a good job defining the kind of issues that we have out there. I think it's good in these discussions to start with a threat conversation, and I think that a lot of times we can focus on the specific types of threats, which I'll go into a little bit, but it's also good to talk about who the actors are and why they're doing what they're doing. And I think we can come up with a whole range of examples, and you can come up with a longer list than this as well of the types of threat actors that are out there and break them into subcategories, as many people do. But for our purposes here, I've kind of narrowed it down into 3 areas, and I'll just throw out examples that we've seen out there in this space, and I'll go starting with nation states, where we've seen sort of the biggest growth of concern over how they use information. And how they exploit, how nation states are exploiting networks in order to gain information. It can be espionage, it can be other means. One important point here is the administration tried, while I was there, was trying really hard not to use the word cyber attack, which is sort of hard to do because every news story out there uses cyber attack for anything bad that happens anywhere on any network. And so, you see the top headline is cyber attack, blah, 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 blah. So, because it catches people's attention, obviously. But when we use cyber attack, it was very important, at least in the administration's context, to mean something that actually destroyed computers, destroyed networks, where property was damaged. And the reason for that is because if you have an instance where property is damaged, you have to be able to talk about the scale and the scope of that much differently than a situation where a small amount of information was taken, or where service might be denied for a short period of time. Now, obviously, there's a whole spectrum in there between something that actually destroys actual physical property and something that, and these kind of small attacks. And we're starting to see a lot more of that in how nation states are going into this space and what they are doing in this space. The Director of National Intelligence has said publicly that the main areas of concerns are, the main countries of concern are Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea for the United States. You can go through, you know, the news stories. Some of those I can't really go into great detail about who did what, but certainly the U.S. government has said that the Sony incident was something that was perpetrated by a nation state, that we have incidents in the U.S. government. The State Department recently said that a nation state invaded their network and stole their information. We have a whole range of these where it's very clear that nation states are involved. We also have a lot of false flag kind of issues where recently it was reported that there have been some false flags. Bloomberg did a story where that was talking about the Russians posing as ISIS in a lot of networks out there, which are interesting stories because attribution is so hard to do in this space. That also gets to a lot of the reasons that sometimes the federal government feels very confident about naming and giving attribution to a specific incident, and sometimes it's a little more careful about it, and it depends specifically about what the intelligence community is seeing out there and how much information they have and how clear they are, because they do not want to play into some of these false flag attribution discussions. So next you have the criminal folks out there. We've all read about Silk Road and the types of information that's traded on Silk Road, but you also have a range of different types of fraud out there, the ransomware, and also some small-time petty stuff to organized crime operating on the internet today in ways that raise lots of concern. And then you have hacktivists, and sometimes the hacktivists do things that I think a lot of people widely support, and sometimes they do things that frustrate people and scare people. I mean, you've seen recently we had one single hacktivist last week claiming to break into the CIA director's personal email account. You have and we have instances where hacktivists broke into Ashley Madison to liberate information, right? And there's a range of different kinds of efforts that they have there. It reminds you a lot of activists in the 60s, et cetera, and how they decided to use information. Some of them were very helpful, some of them were destructive, and you got to make the determination between the two and how to decide when hacking for a cause breaks a line. So this gets us into how do we respond to these different threats, right? I just gave a whole range of examples. I left out some that are bigger in the news, but I mean, there's literally a story a week at this point. My personal view on why we see these growing right now is because the tools to find a lot of these threats are getting better, right? In the past, that's not saying that the number of incidents is staying the same or going down. I actually think the number of incidents is going up in an arithmetic sense, but not in an exponential sense. But it seems like an exponential sense because we're doing a better job of actually starting to see these incidents take place. We have better tools today than we used to in the past. Therefore, we can find a lot more of them. And in finding a lot more of them, we start to run into a lot of the kinds of questions about how do we go about responding to these? What are the steps that we need to take? And it seems as though it's getting better, worse, and it's going to continue. We're going to see more and more of these incidents. They're going to seem worse and worse. At some point, we will reach a point where the tools are getting better, and it's making it easier for the defenders than it is for the folks on offense, and that will allow us to turn the tide. And to do that, we have to work coming from the viewpoint that we saw at the National Security Council. We have to work in these 6 different areas. So, number one, as I said before, is the improving risk management standards. We've talked about, even though I think that this, in the long term, this is going to get better, it's never going to go away, right? And it's not just large organizations that need to be concerned, it's every size organization that needs to be concerned at this point. And therefore, management at organizations needs to look at this issue as a risk management issue. Right? This is not something that you just do you press a few buttons, you get the new technology out there, and your problem is going to be solved tomorrow. You need to figure out how you're going to manage risk long term. And some of that comes into how you go about doing this in a way through best practices, et cetera. We need to have a faster and better response than we've had in the past. As I said, everyone is at risk here, and you start to look at some of the institutions that have been hit recently. While I was still at the White House, there was an incident that has been publicly reported that the Joint Chiefs of Staff email server was down for 2 weeks because of a cyber incident, and they took it offline themselves in order to stop a bigger incident from occurring. If the Joint Chiefs of Staff have to take off their server for 2 weeks to protect themselves, what do other institutions that are being hit by those same actors need to do to protect themselves? Right? You're talking about the best protected, one of the best protected institutions in the world as far as network security. So I think that that's a lesson for folks as to where we're headed in this space, and how much we really need to invest in this space in order to respond quickly, in order to act. Folks should expect that they are going to get hit and that they are going to have to take down networks, et cetera, and do work around responding and figuring out how to address those issues. Third on my list is information sharing. So one way to address some of the threats, the known threats out there, is to get information faster to the edges so that we can get information from one space to other areas in real time, therefore protecting us. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a privacy context later. Fourth is international cooperation. As I was saying at the beginning of this discussion, this really is an international conversation that is going on. How we work together with our allies is extremely important. How we discuss things with our non-allies is important as well. And having those kind of conversations and trying to come up with ways to cooperate and address these issues together is going to benefit everybody and make for stronger networks into the future. Deterrence is an important piece of this as well, and there's been a lot of discussion about deterrence. One thing that we did while I was in the White House was an executive order on sanctions in this space, trying to determine when to bring sanctions against individuals that break norms and against organizations that break norms, and figuring out how to go about doing that. That's one kind of deterrence. There are many other kinds of deterrence that can be brought into play as well, and there's a lot of study right now looking at cyber deterrence in this space and how to make it better. And then lastly is improved R&D. As I said, as we've gotten better technologies in this space, we've started to find more. To me, that's an optimistic view of that. In order to, you have to know the scope of the problem in order to be able to improve. We need more R&D in this space to continue to improve and to defend at a faster rate than the offensive tools move forward, which is a tough task. Now, I talked a little bit at the beginning about risk management standards, and I wanted to go into a little bit of detail about what I mean in terms of risk management standards. When we put together this cybersecurity framework, there are a lot of other efforts that have tried to do this. There's a major ISO standard out there that tries to get at cybersecurity efforts. There are a number of sectoral efforts around cybersecurity. But prior to the cybersecurity framework, there was never a way of uniting these in something that worked across a lot of different sectors using the same terminology. Ajay Banga, the CEO of MasterCard at the White House Cybersecurity Summit, called the cybersecurity framework the Rosetta Stone for cybersecurity. And that really is the intent, that we can translate between different sectors. It's not meant to be an actionable document in and of itself, but it's supposed to help people create new actionable documents, new actionable efforts within their organizations and within their industries to be able to look at the controls that are out there. And breaks those controls into these 5 different categories: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. And let me just give some examples in each of these areas, because I think that for identify, it's really important. If you're going to be able to protect your networks, you have to know what the networks are, what information is there, how that information flows, et cetera, so that when something happens, you can identify where it is and how best to protect it into the future. You can't protect something if you don't know where it is, in basic parlance. Two is protect, so that's the kind of the most obvious one in this space. How do you go about, what kind of rules do you, and controls do you put in place to take actual steps to protect the information? Detection is how do you know when something's on your network and what do you do about it? Responding is, as I was saying before, the response plan, make sure that you know how to do things. And then recovering very quickly is a key point. As we know incidents are going to happen, how do you get set up in order to recover very quickly? So I've been asked a lot of times while I was in government what I thought the top controls were. I sort of deferred to others to make those determinations, but I think since now I am out, I can actually give my viewpoints in a little bit more detail. I think, number one, as I was saying before, I'm going to go through a list of 8 of these just quickly of what I think the top controls and if that folks should look at are and why. Number one is doing this kind of risk management assessment that I was saying before. What of your systems out there need protection? How do you prioritize within your organization of what's most important? McGeorge Bundy, who was National Security Advisor in the 60s, used to say, if we protect all of our diamonds and our toothbrushes in an equal sort of way, we're going to end up with a lot less diamonds and a lot more toothbrushes, right? And the same holds for network security in this space today. We need to figure out where the diamonds are out there, what we need to protect most, and how to go about protecting there. Number 2 on my list is moving beyond the password. So we talk about multi-factor authentication a lot of times. The key here is that we need to figure out ways to get beyond the password. I counted up before I left the number of passwords, unique username and passwords that I was supposed to have when I was inside the federal government, just for my daily work. So this is just HR, logging onto systems, et cetera. And there were 26 different passwords that I was supposed to keep in my head. All had different rules to them. Most of them had to be over 10 characters with upper and lowercase letters and numbers and symbols, right? Now, there's only 2 rational ways to deal with that as a person, with 26 passwords. One of them is to use the same password everywhere, which is clearly the worst security practice that you could possibly have, but that's one of the options. The other option, which most people, we hope, do rather than put their same password everywhere, is to write them down somewhere, right? Which you're not supposed to do, because it's a terrible security practice. But unless you have a photographic memory, and even people with photographic memories, that do the kind of memory house thing where they wander through the house, it takes a long time to get to that 26th password a lot of times when you haven't used it in 2 or 3 weeks, right? So, and so oftentimes to log into some of these systems, you don't have that kind of time. So it is the other rational thing that you do is you write them down. We know that those are bad security practices, but yet we continue to rely on username passwords to this day in almost every system out there. And if you talk to engineers about why, they will tell you because it's the easiest security method to put into place. At some point, we have to get past the fact and make it easier to use other kinds of security methods and put those into place as well. Obviously, people don't love the one-time password, right? Where you have an app that gives you a new generating number that regenerates every 90 seconds. But that's a lot more secure than the kind of systems that we have in place with using lots of different complex username and passwords that you have today. People don't love having smart cards out there and different kinds of smart cards, but again, a lot more secure than things that are regularly used in username and password today. So we have to figure out ways to move beyond. We had a lot of efforts to move this forward inside the US government, the biggest one being NSTIC, the National Strategy for Trusted Identities in Cyberspace. which was designed to be something that could be done in a privacy-friendly way. How do you don't end up with a single password with a single set of controls, but you have a federated set of controls that individuals still have a lot of control over. Number 3 on my list is something that seems like it should be pretty obvious, but in my experience in the government and out of the government, seems still not to be in place today, which is timely patching, right? If we know that somewhere between 75 and 90, depending on what the industry you're in, percent of incidents are based on existing known threats, right? Known incidents, then patching is the number one best way to protect your systems. Yet we still hear about people that are manually patching, that have not patched major flaws within systems that are known to have flaws within them today, known vulnerabilities. How do you go about solving these problems if you can't get the patches in place that everyone knows will address and solve your problems? That's the number 3. Number 4 is segmenting networks, right? So we want to move more and more to get information at our disposal, easier to grasp, et cetera. But as we do that, we've seen so many networks where it's so easy to move laterally. The scariest one of these is the Target hack. Does anyone know? I'm sure someone here's got to know. How did they get in to Target's payment systems? What route did they take in? Yep, that's right. The air conditioning vendor. They hacked the air conditioning vendor through a known watering hole, got into the network through the air conditioning vendor, worked their way laterally across the network to the payment systems, and then were able to steal all the credit cards from the payment systems, right? That is not a segmented network at that point, right? And that's what I'm talking about in terms of how do you go about breaking these things across. Now, obviously, again, you want to be able to make a network where you have the information available at your disposal, but you need to be able to do it in a way that really segments out the network. Next, response planning. So this is number 5 on the list. So as I was saying before, everyone's going to have incidents. And you should expect to have incidents. That means you need to have a response plan in place. What are you going to do when the incident comes to you? What are you going to do if it's a denial of service attack? What are you going to do if personal information is taken? What are you going to do if a major system is actually destroyed or broken? How do you go about making these efforts? Now, obviously, this goes beyond cybersecurity into more broad risk management, into weather efforts, weather issues, systems being down for other reasons. But in general, we do not do a good enough job in this environment, knowing that we have these concerns, to address risk planning in advance. It's not exciting when you're doing a response plan and you're doing the exercise, but I'll tell you, it's a lot better to have that in place when the incident actually happens, because I've seen what happens when you do not have a response plan in place and people do not know what to do, and they're running around with like chickens with their heads cut off, and everyone's doing the same job, et cetera. So knowing in advance how to address these concerns is the way to go, and response planning is the way to do it. And there's a lot of literature out there to do it yourself. There are a lot of contractors out there you can hire to help you do it in this space as well. Number 6 is continuous monitoring, and this starts to get into some of the other issues out there about getting information to the right place that you need it. Continuous monitoring checks your controls and makes sure that you are looking for the vulnerabilities, for known vulnerabilities out there across the whole network, so that you're continually making sure that you're patched in the right way, that you have the information you need to monitor your networks. A lot of tools out there to do that today, and that is important. Number 7 is backups, and making sure you run your backups the right way and properly. And we've seen in a case like the Saudi Aramco case, where it's been reported that nation state attacked Saudi oil company, knocked them offline, but it was really only their business units that were offline. And the reason that they were offline for 2 months was because their backups just didn't work. They did not run their backups the right way in order to make sure that their business systems could be turned back on when things happen. And lastly is threat intelligence and getting information to where it needs to be, knowing that you have the information about the types of things that are going to affect your network. And that goes to improving information sharing. So a lot of the discussion right now in Washington, D.C. is about building information sharing liability protection for companies that want to share information both among themselves and with the federal government and with other government agencies. And there's a bill on the floor of the Senate right now, it's going to be voted on next week, called CISA, CISA, and the focus of that bill is on cybersecurity information sharing, the Cybersecurity Information Sharing Act. That bill has been very controversial in this space. It's the successor of another bill that was called CISPA, which was a House bill at the time, that the White House threatened to veto. And there's a reason that the White House has sort of changed its viewpoint from wanting to veto CISPA and being somewhat supportive of CISA. And I wanted to just briefly go over that because I do think that it gets at this idea of how you look at doing cybersecurity at the same time you're protecting rights and liberties. So the White House took the viewpoint that under CISPA that it was lacking three major things. Number one, and all had to do with privacy and rights and liberties in some way. So number one was minimization of information. That the information coming in from companies into the federal government in particular was not being done in a way that would make sure that you were getting the right information to the right place. It could go in, originally when CISPA was written, it could go into any agency in the federal government. The companies didn't have to minimize that information when it came in, so that it could be any type of information, so you could have a lot of personal information involved in that. They could literally dump the whole contents of a computer in, and it could gain liability protection for dumping the entire content of the computer in if that's what they needed to do. You didn't have minimization on the government side, right? That there was no call for the government to minimize that information. Number two was concern about the militarization of the internet, that this information in the original CISPA bill was almost encouraged to go to NSA in particular. And this was before the NSA revelations from the Snowden leaks, but the White House had a lot of concerns about the oversight and how you go about doing oversight if that information is flowing to NSA, which is by its nature a secretive organization, which has questions about how you can do public oversight for such type of organization. Therefore, the administration was pushing to get this information flow to go through the Department of Homeland Security so it can get to the right place at the right time. And lastly, the last concern was about liability and liability protection, which is the main goal of this bill, right? But if you make it too broad and folks get liability for just sharing the information, then what steps do they need to take to protect their own networks, right? If you get liability protection simply for sharing information with the federal government, how do we make sure that an energy company is not just going to start sharing information and then have the reverse incentive to actually take the steps to harden up their network, for example? So those are that gives kind of a broad outline of what was wrong with CISPA. CISA took a different approach. It's still sort of convoluted in how it gets, how they share information under CISA. But I think some of the keys are, there is this central portal for DHS to get the information. The information goes through DHS. The information is minimized as it comes in from the private sector. The private sector is expected to minimize it. And that's what this example here is supposed to be showing, is if you can take the information flows that you have, break them down into certain types of information, and then minimize it directly to the threat at hand, which Department of Homeland Security actually has already done in some ways. then you know that you're getting the right information in the right place at the right time. That's not to say that there's no personal information involved in that, but the personal information becomes very, very limited, and we'll all know what it is and how it's overseen, right? That's the key. And on the other side of this, right, you have the concern that if you don't have these rules in place, if there's no guidance that's supposed to be put in place, how is that information going to come in when it goes to other parts of the government today? So the question is, how do we make sure, how can we come up with voluntary ways to share that indeed end up coming up with better rules for privacy than what we have today across the federal government? That's something that we worked on through executive order on the side of the administration, but it's something that also could be advanced through this kind of legislation. And lastly is liability. And liability, I think, still remains a huge issue in the House bill, but in the Senate bill, the CISA bill, they've very much narrowed the scope of liability to make sure that you have that we have greater protections in place. And this is important. And I go down to this level of detail in this bill because I think it's important for the discussion in this space moving forward. This is the bill that's, again, right now in front of the Senate. It is the one bill that Congress has taken up this year on cybersecurity. And a lot of the discussion has been about information sharing. In fact, it's sort of sucked out the discussion on a lot of other issues that would be good to move forward. The administration has supported the information sharing legislation and thinks that it's important to move forward. And it's going to be a key piece of legislation when it passes and comes into place. And it's important to get it right, and having folks in the community that are thoughtful help to craft it in a way and look at these amendments, especially as it moves to conference with the House bills that have already passed, is going to be a key point to making sure that it can be done in a way that is helpful moving forward to address these broader concerns. So with that, I'm going to open things up to questions. I don't know if this, we'll leave it as a blank screen so I can walk across, but folks have things to ask. Someone's making their way out over here. I think there are 2 mics here, I've been told, so. Yeah.
So this may not be a fair question given you're no longer in government, but you're the closest person around who was, so.
That's Governor Snyder, he's coming.
Currently, the position of the administration, most of its leaders, is that the security industry needs to start building into its various products some way for the government to be able to get past encryption and things like this. I think it's also a fair statement that outside of government, you're not going to find a single credible security expert who believes this can be done securely. I'm curious, if you were defending the current position of the administration, how you would respond to those concerns. And I assume if you were still there, you probably would be one of the people who would be expecting.
So I think we can talk about this more on the panel that's coming up next, especially with Alex Halderman here, who's a great person to have this conversation with, and David Sobel, I know, probably has some views on this as well. But just to give a very quick answer on it now and go into more detail on it later, I think you have to separate out the things that the FBI director has said from the things that the rest of the administration has said. And I'm serious about that. I mean, the FBI thinks of themselves as being an independent organization. They report to the president, but until the president takes a strong position on something, they're working within the constructs of what has been said, right? So, and I don't think that it's fair to suggest, as many have, right, that the administration has taken a strong position saying that we should build backdoors into technology. That has not, there's no one in the administration that has taken that view. In fact, the president, if you go to the Recode interview that the president did in February, the president very clearly said there is no reason not to have strong encryption built into products today. We must have strong encryption to move forward, right? That's certainly the view there. Now, I think there is also a view of what is it going to mean once strong encryption is built into products for law enforcement, right? And what tools do they have to address that? Or for the national security folks, what tools do they have to address that? That's a conversation worth having, but that is not to put limits or to say that we must build backdoors into systems today. So that's, I mean, we'll see where the administration ends up coming out on this, because again, until someone else takes a point of view, I'm not convinced that that's the administration's viewpoint.
Hi, Jeff Tomaszewski from University of Michigan. My question is about the controls that you highlighted as the most important, the classification and the two-factor and so forth. How did you determine those controls as being the most important? Was it?
So that's a good question, because I didn't talk about that. But my view comes simply from the incidents that I've seen and that we've had to deal with in the federal government. So a lot of those are specifically federal government incidents, but it's also working with private sector companies for how they go about responding. But it's the things that you just see again and again. So, and you know, some of those are designed around, you know, you see 90% of incidents are based on, depending, again, as I said before, depending on what sector you're in, are based on known vulnerabilities. So the question is, how do you go about addressing known vulnerabilities out there? Now, you're still going to have 0 days out there, but if we can focus our efforts and put these controls in place and then have a little bit better idea on the threat intelligence side of the last control I had, then we're going to be able to respond to 0 days better. And that's part of the response planning too, is then you're going to have to be able to respond in that way too. You know, I send you back to the cybersecurity framework and say you should implement the cybersecurity framework in a way that works for your organization, right? The way that the cybersecurity framework is supposed to work is you set a baseline for where you are today and then where you want to get to. And you give yourself ratings based on your internal ratings and based on the industry at large of where you are, where you think you are, and where you want to get to. And then you put controls in place to get there, right? And I was simply giving my view of where I would start if I was starting from scratch as a CISO at a new organization and how to focus those efforts. All those controls are out there.
Thank you.
Hi, Edward Vilmetti. The internet of the past was full of big, expensive machines that had professional staff managing them, and they were expensive. And as costs of computing have come down, we've seen the Internet of Things appear. $10 devices that can go online, $15 devices that have a password embedded in them or some sort of security credentials. And I'm wondering how you reconcile this sort of expensive approach to network security architecture in a world where if someone takes over your Fitbit, you know, they can materially impact your network, or if they break into your refrigerator, they can steal your Gmail credentials, or if they break into your HVAC system or your whatever. Like, how does that change the world? Because I think it's got to change it substantially, because the costs have come down by several orders of magnitude.
That's an incredibly important question, and I can't stress enough how many people are sort of thinking about that issue right now. I don't think we're quite at the point right now where every light bulb you plug in is smart enough to break into this. But we're going to get there. It's not that far away. So there's two sides to that. So one of them is, how much do we expect that every organization should run its own security systems, should have its own operations center, should have, you know, how large of an organization do you need to be to have a large security staff and to make these determinations? In some ways, if you run to a more managed security systems in this space, we will get the networks to scale better for when everything is networked as well. The other piece of this is protections in the supply chain, right? Before when we talked about supply chain protections, it was simply about manufacturing, but now it's basically everything you do has some sort of supply chain aspect to it. And so therefore, the standards for how you go about doing assurance in the supply chain become a lot more important in a Internet of Things world. And figuring out the answers to those questions that we've been struggling with for a long time is going to become a lot more important. I know there are a lot of people working on this. Underwriters Labs has been working on it has been putting forward standards now, or is working in the middle of working on standards for health devices, for medical devices, and for control systems, which is a start. But then you start to think about cars and you know, climate control, et cetera, things as being the next phase on this, and so on, and how we go about setting up some kind of systematic way of having assurance in the supply chain for these smaller devices than we haven't had in the past, and how networks work with them is going to be important going into the future. So, Don Blumenthal, good to see you.
Same. Welcome to Ann Arbor. Well, I'm another ex-Fed, and that's how I know Ari. I was with the U.S. Federal Trade Commission in D.C., where we went after the folks who got hacked, not the folks who were hacking. It's an interesting place to be. And going back to my FTC background, I want to suggest that while this crowd is certainly more sophisticated when it comes to security, not everybody here is in systems development or systems architecture. But I think anybody has a place in pushing cybersecurity because arguably some improvements have been made because of consumer demand. You know, Google went to secure email because of outside pressure, not themselves. If you have an online storefront and your ISP isn't giving you what you need in the way of security, I'll throw out a buzzword, DNSSEC, go someplace else and make sure your existing provider knows that's why you made the change. So there's a place for increased cybersecurity even on the user, the consumer, whatever side, as well as the architecture side.
I think that's true, and the problem is, in terms of that, from what we've seen, there is some reliance on the ability to have good user interfaces and good user experiences in order to have those in order to have those things take off, right? Using a HTTPS connection is as easy as it gets, right, for the user, right? All you do is you type something in and it switches over and defaults to it. Using encrypted mail is a lot harder today, right? And they're not, and no one seems to be able to break this kind of tension about how to make using encrypted mail a lot easier for the average user. I think people would use it if it was really as easy to use as HTTPS, but we just haven't gotten to that point. So while I agree with you, I also think that there is still it's not quite as easy as that gets. I often compare privacy in this space to recycling, and when I was in college, and the people that lived in the apartment upstairs from me were big environmentalists, and they used to separate out their garbage and keep all the cans and all the newspapers in a room, and there was a room dedicated to recycling in their house, and it smelled really bad, and they had to then take all that stuff, rent a truck, take all that stuff to the recycling center and drop it off in the recycling center, and it was time intensive and it took a long time. I didn't do that, even though I believed in environmental causes, because of all the downside cost to it. But when they had curbside recycling, I did it all the time. And now that you can mix stuff together and just bring it to the curb, I recycle everything, right? So when it was made easy for me, I did it. I think that's the way most people are with privacy and security in the space as well. So I think that's what we have to focus on on the consumer side, is what can be done in an easy way, so that you don't have 26 passwords that then you have these basically two options with it. Things are easy to use, that you don't have to use PGP the way that it is today in order to encrypt your mail, right? So that's the situation. So last question.
Earlier, I think you mentioned it was the Joint Chiefs of Staff email server was down for a couple of weeks as the result of a cyber attack, and you said that this was one of the most secure email servers. Yet at the same time, we have the recent OPM breach and other things like that, which leads me skeptical to the claim that it actually is one of the most secure servers. And if it is, why can't we share this sort of security
I didn't say
policy
that was one of the most secure email servers. It was one of the most secure networks, and they had the best resources to protect themselves.
Sort of
for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And I would put OPM in a different category. And here is a distinction on OPM that I think is important. So this is the Office of Personnel Management. Many of you know, There were 22 million records that were taken. Well, actually, there were 2 incidents, one in which 22 million records were taken, and one in which 4 million records were taken. And there's an overlap among those people, so over 22 million people were affected in the end. The way that we have done protection inside the federal government is sort of based on the way that we've done security in the past. And it assumes that the military, that the Homeland Security agencies, that law enforcement need to get all of the funds and need to update their systems, and therefore, if we do that, we can protect the federal government from incidents. But my experience is that that is not an effective way about going and protecting the systems, because in the information age, a lot of the systems that we have that need to be protected are not held in those agencies. So the Office of Personnel Management is running its systems, is running its database through an 80s mainframe, right? And there's no way you can build enough patches onto an 80s mainframe in order to be able to protect it in a way that is strong enough to address these concerns. They never got they've wanted to upgrade it, they've never gotten the money to do so. And then, to make matters worse, right, from my perspective inside the government, having worked on this particular case and looked into it, the administrator that then goes and looks into the problem and says, you know, we need to make sure that we're secure, et cetera, and gets the system and tools into place in order to be able to find when they've been hacked, right? Gets a CIO on board that actually knows what she's doing, starts to look at these concerns, they get hacked, and then Congress drags her up and now she was not the greatest witness on this issue, right? It's not her area of expertise, but she's the one who looked into the problem, right? And then she gets fired. What does that tell to the next generation of leaders in government, right, who want to go into this space and say cybersecurity is worth looking into at these agencies that are not DHS, Department of Defense, or law enforcement, right? It says, and they're not going to get the budget to improve their systems. It says that you have to make this decision about what's going to be worse, if I look and find it, or if I don't look and maybe no one knows, right? That's the decision that they have to make. So I think that's the we're putting the wrong emphasis in this space. We should be encouraging these other agencies, these smaller agencies that have really important information, to look for problems, to improve their networks, to improve the type of computing that they have, maybe move some of that to some of the better protected agencies, but certainly not have that kind of problem. Now, what I'm talking, so I'm separating out the military there from the Office of Personnel Management, which housed this extremely important database for the whole of government, but it was in a civilian agency that was clearly not protected well. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So thanks, and we'll be answering more questions on the panel.
And Ari will be joining us for the panel discussion after our break, which is right now. Approximately 12 to 15-minute break. There are refreshments, coffee, and water out in the lobby. Please, all food and drink on the tile only. And we'll see you back here in just a few minutes. Hi, Alex. I'm Joel.
We have three distinguished panelists who are going to come at these questions from different perspectives. So Alex Haldeman is a professor here at the University of Michigan. He's the Morris Wellman Faculty Development Associate Professor of Computer Science and Engineering and Associate Professor of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science here at the College of Engineering. Ari, of course you know, is the Managing Director of Cybersecurity Services at Venable and former Senior Director for Cybersecurity at U.S. National Cybersecurity Staff. And we have David Sobel here on the left. He's Senior Counsel for the Electronic Frontier Foundation. So with that, David is going to come up with a short response to Ari's presentation. Take it away.
Good morning. I'm not sure this is necessarily a response to Ari's presentation, which I really enjoyed and I thought was very informative, but more kind of just an introduction to why this subject is controversial. Let me give a disclaimer at the outset. This is not always the most popular thing to say within EFF, but I am not a technical person. My Michigan degree is in political science, not computer science. I'm a lawyer, I'm not an engineer, so it's that perspective that I come from. But I think the issues that make this controversial are political and legal. So I want to give a little bit of background on why that all is and kind of explain how we got to where we are today with this issue politically. Since yesterday was Back to the Future Day, I was thinking about where this issue was and what was going on 30 years ago, and I realized that actually 30 years ago is sort of an interesting time to look back at, but before you do that, it's really even more interesting to go back 40 years. So 40 years ago right now, the fall of 1975, the Senate was in the midst of holding the Church Committee hearings. You may recall from your history that in the wake of Watergate, there was a wave of revelations concerning the abuses of law enforcement and intelligence activities and the violations of privacy and civil liberties rights of American citizens. So as a result, the Senate Church Committee was created, which delved into all of the illegal and improper and unconstitutional activities of the law enforcement and intelligence agencies. The Church Committee produced an entire volume called The National Security Agency and the Fourth Amendment Rights of American Citizens. So the activities of NSA, even back 40 years ago, before the internet and before the advent of all of the information networks we're talking about today, the activities of NSA were already very controversial. So also back in the mid-70s, in the wake of Watergate, Congress took two actions that are very significant and really lay some of the basic foundations of what I'm going to be talking about today. And these two pieces of legislation, the Freedom of Information Act on the one hand and the Privacy Act on the other hand, were a response to Watergate and were really an effort on the part of Congress to readjust the balance in terms of the flow of information between the government and citizens. So the Freedom of Information Act said citizens should have the most vibrant and strong rights to obtain information about what the government is doing. But the Privacy Act, on the other hand, said government agencies should be limited in the information that they can collect and obtain about the activities of citizens. So it's important to see the Freedom of Information Act and the Privacy Act as being two sides of a coin, and seeing it as really one of the first congressional pronouncements in terms of the flow of information and information sharing. So go back 30 years, the mid-'80s. 1984, RE Cyber. In 1984, William Gibson publishes Neuromancer and coins the term cyberspace. This was the era when hacking was first coming into public consciousness. 1988, the Robert Morris worm is launched. So this was a period 30 years ago right now when public consciousness of the issues that we're talking about today were first really starting to be formed. But they were also informed at that time about what had transpired 10 years earlier. So there was a lot of skepticism about the authority and power of the intelligence community. So in 1987, Congress passed the Computer Security Act. And I won't go into all of the details of what it did, but I think the important thing to take away from the Computer Security Act was that it really created a wall between the civilian side of computer security and the intelligence military government side. So it created NIST, the National Institute for Standards and Technology, and gave NIST the authority to regulate the civilian side, the unclassified side of computer security. And National Security Agency, NSA, was given the role of computer security on the classified side. So back 30 years ago, Congress was very cognizant of the fact that there were reasons to be concerned about too much of a role on the part of NSA, given that it was a secret classified agency, the role of that entity in the realm of computer security as it applied to the private sector and the unclassified realm. So then 9/11 happens, and a lot of the walls that had been created between the civilian world and the classified world came down in the wake of 9/11. The Patriot Act was passed, enhancing the authorities of intelligence agencies to collect personal information. And then we fast forward to the current period where, in the wake of the Snowden revelations, there is again, the pendulum has swung in the other direction where there is now more skepticism again of the role of NSA and other secret intelligence and law enforcement agencies. So a lot of the work that I do is on the transparency side of this. I litigate freedom of information cases on behalf of EFF, seeking the disclosure of as much information as possible about what these government agencies are doing in this area. And in the course of that work, one of the things that we've learned and that has become one of the driving concerns in this area is what we call the development of secret law, which is to say that Congress passes legislation like the Patriot Act, but then the agencies that are empowered to implement that legislation develop internally secret interpretations of how they believe the law affects their surveillance authorities. So this is a constant tension in terms of what Congress publicly enacts and what the public believes the law says and what the protections for personal privacy are. And on the other hand, the manner in which the agencies that collect information and conduct surveillance, the way those agencies construe their authorities. And what we have learned is that there's a pretty wide disparity between the public perception of what the law says and what the limits on the government are, and the government's interpretation of its own authorities and limitations. So that brings us to the question of cybersecurity information sharing, CISA, the legislation that the Senate is about to take up. And it's because of this history and the skepticism and the development of secret law that has led to the concern that there is both within the user community and also increasingly within the IT industry about how the authorities that are being created in that kind of legislation are ultimately going to be used, and the effect that legislation of that kind might have on individual privacy. So that's a little bit of background to put this discussion into a bit of historical context, and that was the point I initially wanted to make, so that we're not too myopic in the way that we look at this issue, and sort of come at it from that broader historical perspective.
All right, thank you, David. So I'm going to moderate the panel, and let me start off by saying that, as David said, he's not a technologist, perhaps. Well, I am a computer scientist, first and foremost, and so I'm going to try to keep our panelists grounded in technical facts, but we'd really like to get their insights on the policy matters connected to some of the biggest technical issues of the day. So what we're going to do for the format of the panel is I'm going to try to steer our panelists to several topics that I think we'd all like to hear their thoughts about. We're going to have time probably at a couple of portions in the hour for questions from the audience as well. If you have a question that's immediately about the topic that the panelists are speaking about, please feel free to come up to the microphone, and I'll call on you sort of in between their back and forth. But then if you'd like to raise a completely different topic, I'll call on the audience to line up for that kind of question at the appropriate time. All right, so I think the first topic I'd like to hear thoughts about from David and Ari is about the question of going dark, right? This is FBI Director James Comey's argument for why government should re-examine the question of strong encryption being promoted by American tech companies. And I'd like to begin with the question, does Director Comey have a point when he says that law enforcement is going dark? Is this something that we should be worrying about? And what can we do, in fact, to try to help make sure that the legitimate interests of law enforcement and anti-terrorism aren't being threatened by strong encryption?
So I talked about this a little bit earlier, but you know, this has been called the golden age of wiretapping, as well as the golden age of technology. And so if you think about it from that context and about what law enforcement has had access to in the past and what they have access to today, it doesn't seem as though they're losing very much. On the other hand, since I'm the one who has to probably, if we're going to have a real debate here, take the side of Director Comey in some ways, the idea that they shouldn't do everything in their power and available under existing law to be able to have to get access to information to solve crimes and to promote public safety is completely at odds with the way that law enforcement should work, right? Law enforcement should be doing everything under its power to try to solve cases, to try to protect public safety, and we should be glad that that's what they're doing. So the idea that they have used this ability in order to of being able to gain access to communications in order to solve crimes has benefited a lot of law enforcement efforts, and to see that go away is going to be a little bit of a shock to the system there of a tool that they now regularly use. Similar to that, I think it's one thing to ask for a change in the law to be able to address that, and there's where I push back a little bit. But it's another thing to go to companies when there's an open case and talk to a company about what they can do to help solve an open case and address some concern. If someone is in danger, how do you go about helping and whether law enforcement should be able to do that? I think we should expect that that's what they're going to do.
Well, my reaction is if the current situation is going dark, I'd hate to see what going light looks like, because, I mean, it seems to me that the government is in the midst of collecting a massive amount of personal information. NSA needs to create a massive, new server farm in Utah just to store everything that it's sucking up. I mean, the basis of the public concern is the volume of personal information being collected. So it's a little odd to hear the FBI director complain about how little the government is able to collect. There's a technical side of this, but there's also the legal side that is important to understand, which is, I tend to look back, to a period, before we had the ubiquitous network connectivity that we have now. And in the old days, when people kept their personal information in a file cabinet in their home, if the government wanted access to that information, they needed to get a search warrant, they needed to knock on your door, they needed to present it to you, and you led them in and you knew what was being accessed, and this whole process had been approved by a judge. Today, the way we do things is everything is stored in the cloud or with third-party providers. And in that context, the Supreme Court has ruled in a case that I think is outdated given current technology, but in any event, the precedent still applies today that if you have surrendered your personal information to the custody of a third party, there is no warrant requirement, that the government doesn't need to go through those kinds of legal hoops to get access to that information. And in addition to that, you might not even be given notice of the fact that your personal information has been accessed. So, there's no longer a knock on the door and the presentation of a warrant and watching as the agents go through your file and surreptitiously without your knowledge, and there's a lot more information available to the government in that way than in the old paper-based environment. And that's just talking about stored information. I mean, think about all of the connections and relationships between one person and another that can now be mapped out that wasn't possible 30 or 40 years ago because of the way we communicated and did business. So the suggestion that the government is at some kind of a loss because of modern technology is just really baffling to me.
There are different ways to look at different pieces of this. I mean, David sort of conflated the idea of the information stored in bulk versus. Let me just break this down a little bit more, because I do think that there are different ways to look at different pieces of this. I mean, David sort of conflated the idea of the information stored in bulk versus, or gathered in bulk and stored in bulk versus the information for an individual case, which I think are two different ways to approach this. Now, government conflates those things too, so it's perfectly natural for critics to conflate those as well. But I think that it's important to pull those two out in this discussion. I also think it's important to break down different kinds of encryption and break apart the going dark debate to some degree, because if you look back to the 90s crypto discussion, a lot of that was about, talking about history, was a lot about communications encryption. So, can you actually pick off information on the wire? But today, a lot of the discussion is actually about device encryption, right? Is Apple encrypting its phone now in ways that law enforcement can't get access to an individual particular phone, which then drives a lot of discussion about local law enforcement getting access to that phone, as opposed to the broader discussion about this kind of communications discussion. I think it's, in some ways, in the FBI's interest to conflate those two issues together rather than to have those as two separate issues, because there is probably more ways to solve a device encryption problem at an individual level, as I was saying before, for an individual case than there is on the communications encryption side of it. And I would put, and then you have the third one that David also mentioned, which is information stored in the cloud, right? And if that's encrypted and how you get access to that and what the rules and laws around that as well, where the law is sort of in a flux changing point right now about how you would get access to that information at all, let alone if it's stored in an encrypted way. So I think that you have a lot of different pieces there that makes this a lot more of a rich, complex debate, and sort of sometimes you'll hear people debating going dark, and they'll be talking about two completely different things, and they're disagreeing with each other, but actually they're not even really talking about, they're not even in the same debate because they're talking about so many different sides of this. So it is important to break that down. I think law enforcement is in a stronger case when they're talking about an individual case. How do you get access to this one set of information in a certain type of case versus certainly getting to access to information in bulk form and trying to pull from that some large data set into the future.
So one of the interesting things about the going dark debate to me is that it's not really about fundamentally new forms of encryption, things like secure storage for devices have been available for many, many years. It seems like the impetus for the going dark question is that these forms of strong encryption are becoming easier to use, that we're overcoming some of the usability barriers, we're enabling them by default in things like new smartphones, and that they're coming into the hands of everyday people rather than just the few who have extraordinary security knowledge. Do you agree with this characterization, and how does this change the tension between the goals of the security community, which really are largely about making security easier and accessible to everyone, and the needs of law enforcement?
Well, I think it's true that finally, and it's taken longer than was anticipated, encryption is becoming much easier to use, and it's embedded into technology in ways that really wasn't true in the past. I mean, the debate in the late 90s over encryption and export controls sort of presuppose that but for government restrictions on the technology, there would be an explosion of the deployment of encryption technology. And the export controls were lifted in, I guess it was about 2000, and that really didn't happen. So it really has taken a long time, although, things like web browsing have been secure for a while. But in terms of specific devices and communications encryption and storage in devices, that's really just now coming to the fore. The thing that I think really resonates on this issue is, there's now this developing tension between Apple and the government. The United States government doesn't have the ability to control the technology on a global basis. So if a American company were to voluntarily agree to, comply with government requests in this area, or even if there was legislation restricting American development and sale of the technology, the technology exists, it's out there. It's only going to, those kind of restrictions would only create markets for non-American providers. So, to some extent, it's kind of a theoretical debate, because I don't see the way that the government could ever really implement its desires with respect to the use of encryption.
So I actually strongly agree with that, and I think it's inevitable that end-to-end encryption is inevitable, and it's going to be you're not going to be able to build backdoors in that way, and therefore law enforcement is just not going to win that side of the discussion. I do think there have been some technological changes that do make it more readily apparent. It's not just a change in the politics of this. I do think processing power and network speeds have improved to the point where companies feel very confident they're not going to take a performance loss if they do start to encrypt more. And that made a big difference in very large companies making the determination to do so. Although I still hear from some companies that say, you know, well, if we decide to encrypt more traffic, then we're not going to get the data flows that we want to see, and we can't do big data analysis the way that we want to do, so therefore we're not encrypting everything that we could possibly encrypt. I think that's going to change over time, but I do still hear that from some very large companies out there, and there was a Wall Street Journal story saying that Apple's not getting the same kind of big data engineers that other firms are getting, because they're moving more toward, because they have less data, they purposely chosen to take on less data. So I do think that it's worth kind of looking at the marketplace there and seeing how it's going to develop. As I said, I do think it's inevitable that we're going to move there, but it's moves at a lot more glacial pace than people thought it was going to in the 90s.
So another question is that, Ari, you made the point that there are alternatives to, say, weakening encryption in different ways for law enforcement, FBI, et cetera. For instance, it seems perfectly appropriate for them to go to companies that are making technology, or presumably companies that have access to customers' data, and to work within the law with these companies, which seems perfectly reasonable. But one question that comes up there, and maybe something that even some of the IT folks in the room here today might have, is about transparency in that process when government is coming to companies and asking for help or for information. There's been a lot of talk, for instance, about things like national security letters that may come with some requirements not to talk to anyone about them, or court processes that are taking place under seal where the person whose data is in question isn't able to take part in the litigation. Do you each have any insight into, how frequently are these kinds of things happening? Should we have more transparency in the process of government interacting with companies to get access to people's data? How can we make that happen?
Well, from my perspective, there definitely needs to be more transparency, and one of the things that EFF has strongly promoted is encouraging companies, service providers, to issue what are called transparency reports, where they make public the information concerning government requests for user information that are submitted to those companies. Now, there's controversy in terms of the amount of granularity and specificity that companies are allowed to report with respect to how frequently they receive government information requests, and the volume, and certainly the identity of particular users. But this is something that more and more of the companies are signing on to and advocating for their right to do on an increasing basis. I think that was really one of the sea changes that occurred as a result of the Snowden revelations, whereas prior to those disclosures, most of the companies opposed any transparency or public recognition of the extent to which they cooperated with government, and particularly with law enforcement and intelligence agencies. That dynamic really changed drastically after the Snowden disclosures, to the point where suddenly the companies were the ones who were advocating for more disclosure and more transparency about the relationships that they had with government agencies. And those relationships became much less voluntary and took on much more of an adversarial tone, to the point where some of the providers have actually gone before the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court to oppose, or at least limit, orders that have been directed to them by the government for user information.
So we can always do better on transparency, right? I think that's absolutely true. There's a lot more steps that we can take. When I helped to work on the Presidential Directive 28, which worked on signals intelligence reforms, and a big part of that was increasing transparency on signals intelligence post-Snowden. One of the interesting things I learned through that discussion, though, was that the U.S. is the most transparent, has the most transparent intelligence community in the world, and has the most transparent law enforcement in the world. Not by a little bit, by a really, really large margin. I mean, most of the other intelligence communities have no means of transparency at all. So we're in trying to convince the U.S. intelligence community and U.S. law enforcement to be more transparent. They want to know how has this affected other countries. There's no way to measure that, right? Because we take everything first here. Obviously, we have a larger intelligence community, and they're more active in this space, and there's reasons why we want them to be more transparent, and et cetera. But a lot of the concern that has been coming from Europe in this space, you try and put it back on them to say, well, what do you do in your country that we can learn from to be more transparent? They don't have anything. There is no transparency there in the same kind of way that we have here. So it is a challenge, a continual challenge to kind of up the ratio of how much transparency we can have and how we go about getting that kind of transparency when we don't see that around the world, and you have this kind of push from around the world, the intelligence communities from around the world, the law enforcement agents from around the world to say, please don't take these extra steps because we're already getting pushed to do what you're doing in this space. Just from my experience out there, I think that it is tougher to have this kind of conversation even inside the United States when you have that kind of pressure internationally. So I do think we have to demonstrate the benefits of the transparency that we've been adding slowly to this point in order to step it up to the next level.
Okay, so David mentioned Edward Snowden. So maybe we should talk a little bit about Snowden. The New York Times has referred to our age in history as the post-Snowden era of government and cybersecurity. And I think we all know that the effects of Snowden have been dramatic. But I'd like to hear what our panelists think about what the political effects of the Snowden revelations have been, both within government and maybe a bit more about the relationship between companies out of government and the U.S. federal government. So how has Snowden changed the political equation?
Well, as I said, I mean, from my perception of the relationship, and I'm going to be interested to hear what Ari says about this because he's privy to more of the details of the nuances of the relationships. But it certainly seems to me that there was a drastic change in the public posture that the technology industry wanted to have with respect to how cooperative it was or wasn't with government surveillance activity. I mean, before Snowden, the perception, at least within the civil liberties community, from an organization like EFF, was that to a very large extent, the companies and the agencies were in lockstep with each other. So after the NSA warrantless surveillance program came to light in 2005, EFF filed a lawsuit against AT&T, alleging that AT&T had basically willingly collaborated in that warrantless surveillance program. And it was very clear that from our perspective, the industry and the government were partners in crime in that activity. But that changed drastically once the Snowden revelations came to light. And suddenly, as I said, the agencies were suddenly advocating to Congress to give them more leeway to be able to publicly talk about the surveillance orders that they were receiving from the government and giving them more of an ability to push back on those. So from the public perspective, in any event, it was a very drastic change.
So I do think that there was some pretty drastic change, I agree, from revelations about the cooperation between the companies and the NSA and the government in general. But I also think that there was one of the reasons for the change in attitude was also because of the tone from a lot of the internal documents that came out that talked about how NSA was directly hacking some of those companies too. I think that you know, there had been some companies that had thought of some U.S. federal agencies as being adversaries, but now a lot more of them did, potential adversaries, in other words, breaking into their products. And now a lot more of them did after the way that some of those slide decks that were released came out. So that really changed. I think the combination of the two really changed the attitude there. And so I think that did have a huge impact on the way that technology companies work with the government.
Let me just add to that, because it goes back to the global nature of all of this. That after the Snowden revelations, you know, and as Ari said, I mean, it wasn't all voluntary cooperation. I mean, a lot of these companies apparently through some of those disclosures were learning for the first time that their systems had been hacked into. But the perception suddenly globally was that American companies did not provide secure services anymore. And American companies were suddenly at a very serious disadvantage internationally, particularly in Europe. So that was another reason why the companies felt this imperative to become much more strident in appearing to be in opposition to a lot of the government surveillance activities.
So you mentioned the tone of the slide decks, and I think that's one of the really interesting things about the revelations is that apparently NSA, for all these security and so on that they applied internally, perhaps didn't fully think through the political consequences of some of the things they worked on and the documents that they were producing becoming public. It's kind of a risk management.
Or who they gave access to information. I mean, there was a classified document that I had worked on that was released that didn't get as much attention as some of the others, that when I was at the Commerce Department, that I could only get access to in paper form and numbered. And I worked on it. And they gave the 29-year-old access to it in electronic form to take out, who was able to take it out of the government. It just, I mean, the kind of risk management calculus in general changed there. They now have a chief risk officer who's very good, Ann Neuberger, at NSA since that effort, following up on that effort. And I hope that they've gotten to a better place there for all of our sakes, but obviously it was not a good atmosphere at the time.
Well, you probably had limited access because Commerce is merely a civilian agency.
So you mentioned Snowden was 29 years old at the time, and you know, I've met Ed Snowden, and he reminds me a lot of some of my graduate students here, in fact, as you know, a smart young guy who was very passionate about certain things. But now that we've seen the effects of what he's done, both positive and negative, what do you think should happen to him?
So I've spoken about this publicly before, and I think that some of the things he released have been helpful. Some of the things he released actually are pretty harmful. I'm not going to go into which one's which, but I think that there are documents out there that I think really not a lot of thought went into releasing them and why they were released, and they have done a lot of damage to the U.S. in the long term in ways that are pretty harmful. And you know, I said all the positive stuff from the beginning about things that he released that I do think that some of the things that he released are helpful. I also think having someone go to Russia, and again, this has nothing to do with I think that he was well-intentioned in releasing it, And he took this path of wanting to avoid getting arrested. Rather than doing this through civil disobedience, he has kind of followed a path of trying to get away with spending the least amount of time in jail as he's done this. But what he's done is he's criticized the U.S. intelligence community and the U.S. government from Russia about the transparency and rule of law from Russia, right? And that doesn't get reported on for some reason. It's just shocking to me.
But in fairness, he couldn't criticize it very well from jail either, could he?
He could. Okay, then he also couldn't criticize Russia from where he is either.
That's
right?
true.
Because if he criticized Russia, he would go to jail in a minute. Okay? So this is part of the problem in general, right? It's part of the problem in general. So, you know, if you believe whose rule of law is better, right? Where is the most transparency? Why is he choosing to be in Russia and criticizing the U.S. rather than coming to the U.S., serving his time for releasing documents that he signed following rule of law, which he believes in? He says he believes in rule of law. Follow the rule of law. Go through through civil disobedience, the way that Martin Luther King did, the way that Gandhi did in India, the way that many others have done, who have gotten the same kind of, you know, he's being put up on a pedestal here, right? Why not go through that process and figure out and do that through that process? Now, he now says that he wants to do that and that he wants the assurances before he goes about doing that. But meanwhile, he's losing moral authority by criticizing the U.S. and the transparency of the U.S. from a place that has much less rule of law and much less transparency, period.
Well, I hate to nitpick, but I did just get an IM from an audience member who points me to a Guardian article from last month in which Edward Snowden criticizes Russia's human rights record, online restrictions, treatment of gays, etc. So he is criticizing them from within Russia. I think maybe he's equal opportunity there. But your broader point about respect for the rule of law, I think, still stands.
I don't want to say too much about Snowden's legal status. I have a client who was very publicly involved in the disclosure of his material, so I probably shouldn't get too much into the rights and wrongs of any of that. I mean, but I would just, you know, talk about the broader point, which is, you know, from my perspective as someone who does freedom of information litigation and attempts to make government activities in this area as transparent as possible, it seems to me that, you know, the big lesson to take away is what it says about the overclassification of information, which, you know, was obviously a strong component of what motivated Ed Snowden to do what he felt was necessary to do. You know, I can just tell you from my own personal experience in my litigation that EFF was litigating a case attempting to get the disclosure of a foreign intelligence surveillance court opinion that had been referenced on the Senate floor by Senator Wyden as having been very critical of NSA surveillance activities, suggesting that it bordered on being unconstitutional. So EFF filed a Freedom of Information request for that document. It was denied in full. Every word of that order, we were told, was highly classified, couldn't be released because grave national security could result from its disclosure. And then, while the case was pending, the Snowden disclosures were made, and as a result, the government was really forced to declassify a lot of information, including the bulk of that opinion that we were in court litigating for. So we had the opportunity to see ultimately what had been so highly classified, and as the government ultimately conceded, the vast majority of that didn't need to be classified. I mean, they classified things like the text of the Fourth Amendment that was quoted in the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court opinion that was criticizing NSA surveillance activities as pushing up against the limits of the Fourth Amendment. So, you know, I think in assessing the right or wrong of what Snowden did, we also have to look at how ridiculous the classification
no, I completely agree with how
is.
ridiculous the classification system is, and I mean, I worked very hard when I was in the government on that issue to try and get more information declassified and information that should never be classified in the first place to make sure that it was not classified in the first place. But also, I mean, there are a lot of people that work very hard in the federal government every day to try and fight against that, because the natural tendency, obviously, is much easier to stamp top secret on something than it is to have it be unclassified and then get out and that you did it the wrong way. How do we push back people that push back on that? I mean, to me, those are the people that we should be pushing, supporting in the government. Find ways to do that. You do that through your work, your advocacy work, in ways that are really helpful. You know, I think that we should be kind of promoting some of that work.
But you know, there's no denying that Snowden did more to force the declassification of information than anyone else in the government who professes to be trying to accomplish that. I mean, you know, nobody forced the government in the wake of the Snowden disclosures to declassify material that was not contained in his specific disclosures.
I would say it did a lot. I would say it did a lot. I would disagree with the idea that there's people in the federal government. There's no one in the federal government that's done more. They just don't talk about it. They're just not out there trying to get their face in front of the camera all the time. Okay, their job is to declassify things and make sure things don't get classified. That's what they do. They're serving the American people to do it.
All right, if it's true, I'm glad to hear it.
It actually is true. I mean, again, the natural tendency is going in the wrong direction, so they have it's a big fight.
So I want to push back on one thing you said, Ari, and that's about the harm of the Snowden documents. So that there were some kinds of documents that are causing harm and some not. Just that kind of very vague statement about potential harm is something that's I think got the conversation very murky.
Yeah, but I will not break the law in order to talk about it, so that we have a problem there, right? So that's the fundamental difference between me and Edward Snowden on this issue.
So you can't even talk about sort of in what kinds of abstract harms.
Okay, things that describe sources and methods where people actually could be seriously harmed, either physically seriously harmed, or where information could get out that harms techniques that then put other people at risk, put people in the field at risk. And there are some documents that I've seen that he released that did that.
All right. Well,
and he's even said there are some documents that I wouldn't have released if I were the reporters doing this, but he did put them in the pool and was the one who got them to them.
Well,
so.
Fair enough. We respect that there are limits on what you're allowed to say, but we have a question from the audience.
Just as I hear this, though, one of the things that keeps getting reiterated is Snowden released, Snowden directly did all of these things, but I think in a way where what's actually kind of being said and what's being channeled is the journalistic outlets that actually chose and used their discretion to release. So I just want to be clear, it seems like it's very much against Snowden, but we also need to acknowledge a potential war on journalism that is also occurring as a result of these disclosures. And I just think that's kind of important that when you try to say directly at Snowden, you may also be a little upset with journalistic disclosure and not necessarily just Snowden's wholesale disclosure, which to my understanding still hasn't actually occurred. It's actually all so far been vetted through journalistic sources. So I'm just, trying to be clear about who exactly, maybe some of the frustration, not that your
yeah, but the journalists didn't break the law. The journalists didn't break the law.
But
the journalists didn't break the law, so I have less concern with them in terms of this question about where they're doing it from and how they're going about doing it. They're doing their job. They're trying to get more information out there in the public, as they should. I mean, I talk to people all the time, and reporters all the time, where I disagree with their line of what should be publicly disclosed and what shouldn't be. But they're not breaking the law in getting information and doing that.
Right, but I just think you could be more clear in stating that, I didn't like how some of these journalistic sources maybe released that information. You're choosing instead to say, well, Snowden released this information.
Snowden's the one who broke the law.
Okay, but again, the release of that information was through journalistic sources.
Okay, so
and
but the
I'm just
journalists
trying to
did their
be clear.
job, and they pushed the limits of as to what should be released. They may be ethical concerns there, but again, if you're concerned about rule of law, then the question is what should be released and how you go about releasing it.
I
I'm
don't
not saying
think it's mutually
again
exclusive to
if you're serving as a
concerned with rule of law.
civil disobedience, if you go read Thoreau and Emerson, right, and you're talking about civil disobedience in this space and the process you're going about doing it, and you don't believe the law is right, which for some of the documents, I agree. They should not have been classified and they should have been released, right? But if you don't believe the law is right, you have to make the decision as to whether you're going to be civil disobedient or not, right? That's not the case for the journalists, right? They're making an ethical decision.
I mean, let me just say in response to your reference to a war on journalism, I mean, there has been a lot of concern within the civil liberties community about the fact that this administration, much to our disappointment, has been much more aggressive in terms of leak investigations. So,
Right, so I'd like to question the integrity of, if you have this very big front of no leaks whatsoever, but the leaks that you're okay with, that also seems to be, I just want to point that out, that like if we're going to bring up that Snowden leaked all this stuff, I think you should also look at the journalistic sources, and if you're challenging those journalistic sources, that's fine, but make it clear where your actual, fervor is being directed at, because I don't think, just pointing at the person is helping if there's this overall issue.
My point is that he broke the law.
Okay.
Okay,
Point taken.
period.
Thank you.
So if he can't expect to come back and not at least have a trial of some kind, because we believe in rule of law.
I've never
That's my
suggested
point.
that.
I mean, you have the trial, you go step through, that's what happens, right? He knows he broke the law. Everyone knows he broke the law. We got to follow that through. I'm not saying, that's all.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So on the subject of the rule of law as it applies to this, one very important aspect of the rule of law, of course, is oversight. And when the Snowden documents first started appearing, many congressional oversight committee members remarked publicly that they were not aware of some of the things that had come out in the documents. How can we improve the process of oversight for the parts of the government security apparatus that are, for one reason or another, not able to operate in public?
And again, I mean, this is a problem that the administration has recognized, and the president recognized very early in the administration, that we don't have great means of oversight for the IC. I think if you look at, again, the statements that we did on CISPA, it was the area that I worked on directly where that came up, where we feel as though we need to have better oversight over agencies. There has been, transparency helps with that, right? And even there's different levels of transparency and who sees what and how you go about getting that information to where it needs to be. That's one side of it. But I also think that there's this question about the internal watchdogs. They have a great, NSA now has a great, as I said, risk officer. They also have a great chief privacy officer, Becky Richards, who has done a really good job in terms of setting up ways that information gets vetted and that there's some kind of oversight process to it that wasn't there in the past, where only a few people would have access to types of information that could directly address privacy issues within NSA.
All right, so I'm going to take another tack on oversight, because I mean, while it might be true that some members of Congress were not aware, I think it's interesting to look at the members of Congress who were aware and the limitations on what they were able to do with that information. So I mentioned Senator Wyden, who had alerted all of us to the fact that, well, there was this Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court opinion that was pretty critical. He had to jump through a lot of hoops in order to be given the go-ahead to get that basic statement declassified so that he could even publicly mention that. So, I mean, Senator Wyden was aware of what was going on, was very concerned about it, was basically setting his hair on fire trying to call attention to it. So then you also have to factor in the fact that there were members who had knowledge of what was going on. So they hold a hearing, and the Director of National Intelligence, Mr. Clapper, comes and testifies, and he's asked a direct question. Is the NSA collecting information on millions of American citizens? And you have all seen, the sort of his very kind of measured, not to my knowledge. But there was a clear denial of the fact that, or no, it wasn't not to my knowledge. He said, certainly not wittingly. I think that was what he said. So there's been a lot of concern about the honesty and transparency of the information that's being made available to Congress in their attempt to conduct oversight. So, you know, this whole system is clearly broken, where we've got, you know, too much classification, so the public doesn't have access to this information, raising the issue that I alluded to earlier of secret law, and even members of Congress who are asking direct questions based on some specific knowledge, who are then being lied to. So, you know, it's a problem.
Adding to that, where I agree with you that the system's broken, right? You have that lack of oversight. You have the tension there of what type of information that they're getting. Then you have the judiciary, right? And when you have this FISA court, which it works in secret, and they have questions about the information they're getting too, right? And how they can oversee it and what they can do with it, and the tension that goes in. Now, hopefully we address some of this in USA Freedom, but I don't think we're quite there yet to the point where we get the right working balance.
Okay, we have another question from the audience, sir.
Well, is this on yet? Okay. You can probably tell by my uniform that I have a little bit of sweat in this game. So on the Intel oversight issue, someone who's been through intelligence oversight training and lots of that training, I'll tell you that's very robust, and maybe more so today. I've been through it pre and post Snowden. But I can tell you that 99.9, and keep going with the nines, % of DOD employees wake up every day with one goal, and that's doing their job and defending the nation. I don't want to pull Colonel Jessup here about being on the front line, but you know, we could click agree on all of these online disclosure statements so that we can get to that functionality, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, whatever that is. And there's so much more information available out there for someone who really wants it than there is in the hands of our government. And that's more a statement. There's not really a question in there, but that's something I think a lot of people don't think about. You did talk a little bit earlier about the amount of data that the government has. There's a lot of rules about the data that government does have, and I can tell you that we're not interested in your online habits. We're interested in a lot more than that. So it's just something that I think people, rightly so, get paranoid about information that's out there, but they ought to direct some of that paranoia towards other entities as well. Thanks.
Well, I think this leads us to maybe the last area that I wanted to talk about, which is one way of looking at all of the questions we've talked about is that there's a fundamental political disagreement between different groups here about what should be the relationship between the public sector and private sector in the security field. Ought this to be more of an adversarial relationship or more of a cooperative relationship? Are they maybe checking each other and balancing each other, or are we going to make more progress cooperatively? And I'd like to hear thoughts from our panelists about whether we need more cooperation, less. If we need more, how can we get it? And how can we repair some of the perhaps trust deficit that exists between the private sector and government, as can be seen through the going dark debate and its effects?
Before I get to that, I just want to respond quickly to the last comments. And, you know, I don't think concern about mass collection of information by the government is necessarily based on the assumption that something terrible is being done with that information. I mean, I think it's more sort of a philosophical concern and being concerned about institutionalizing that kind of relationship between the government and citizens, because projecting into the future when we don't know what the political environment might be or what kind of government there might be or what kind of bad intentions there might be, the concern is that once you sort of normalize that kind of dynamic where the government basically knows and stores everything about everyone, that's not the idea of American democracy that most people have. So you know, I don't think it's a matter of being able to point to specific bad uses. But having said that, I will mention that, you know, again, all of this is invisible and behind a curtain, but the one place where people sometimes get a view of what effect information that the government has collected has on their lives is when they go to the airport, because that's sort of the one unique environment where the government basically is forced to show its hand. And if it has concerns about somebody, it needs to take them out of the line, or it needs to stamp their boarding pass with 4 S's. And that has happened to a lot of people. And those people have found in trying to correct those problems that it's very difficult to get at the basis for their having been flagged as suspicious for some reason. In the few cases where individuals have been able to get access to the information, it often turns out that it's inaccurate or it's mistaken identity. So, I mean, I think there is some real basis to being concerned about information that the government collects and what it does with it, as reflected in the experiences that many people have had encountering difficulties while traveling.
I'm going to take your question back to cybersecurity.
And we'll take audience questions after this, so if people would like to line up, please do.
When it comes to cybersecurity, we have to have this shared responsibility between the private sector and the government. And that's because, for several reasons, but the biggest one being that critical infrastructure is mostly owned by the private sector, right? It is not the same situation that you have with the airports or that you have with the borders, you know, with physical borders, where you can have government make those protections. Just goes to what I was saying earlier about the difference, the way that we've looked at security in the past, where you can just give money to DOJ, DHS, and DOD, and expect them to put things into place to secure us. I've actually heard from a number of companies who say the government isn't doing enough to protect cybersecurity in the United States. Well, I think that's partially true. I think there's more resources that are needed there, but it's also got to be a cooperative effort, right? That the understanding has to be that the private sector plays a big role in that. And honestly, we've gotten a lot of very good cooperation. Even the cybersecurity framework that I talked about before is actually something that is a collaborative document, right? It was created by executive order, but NIST ran the process for it in a way where the private sector actually put up the standards, put up the controls, and NIST merely took that in and was more of the secretariat for creating this great framework that now everyone is using around the world. And we've had a lot of processes like that where we take information in, where we're working together collaboratively with the private sector on cybersecurity, and that's where the successes have to be. I think we're moving in the right direction in that, but we need more to be able to do that. Obviously, some of the concern from the tech community out there about being seen working with the government makes that harder to do, but I think we'll overcome that over time when, as we have transparency in the process and as we have the ability to talk about how to work together.
Any response to that? Any further comments on proper alignment or tension between government and security industry?
No, I mean, as I think is clear from what I've said, I mean, I think it's a positive development from the perspective of users and citizens that there is more pushback on the industry side, but that's not to say that there shouldn't be cooperation. I mean, I think it's a question of finding the right balance, and I think in the current environment we're more likely to strike the right balance than we were a few years ago when there was sort of this silent partnership between industry and the government.
So you think we've moved closer to the right balance?
Yeah, I do. I think it's a healthier relationship.
Do you agree?
Yeah, I do actually agree with that.
Okay.
I mean, You know, you got to remember, I mean, I know that I've taken more of the government side of this, but I civil liberties background in this space, so I do really believe that we've moved closer to getting to the right balance than we were in the past. I personally think that the administration helped us move in that direction, some with prodding and some without, but there's more work to be done to get it even in better balance. So.
All right. Question from the audience.
They put these quite low, so you have to bend down. I wanted to say thank you very much for having this discussion. It's complicated, but I wish it happened more and outside or within media. So my point, I did my dissertation and I just finished in August, and it was actually on law enforcement, intelligence and information sharing. And I'm not trying to plug myself, but I just want, because I think there's a misconception. You know, while I respect the need for civil liberties, I mean, it's what the nation is founded upon, I do think it's important to recognize that since 9/11, there has been massive improvement within law enforcement and other government agencies across different levels of government. We are sharing more information, and that is a good thing. But as you alluded to earlier, due to many, many commissions in the past, over probably 80 years, there are very, very, very strict rules for law enforcement about how they collect information and how they actually share it. And ultimately, they have to get rid of it in a timely manner. So while it may seem complicated and obscure to most people in the public, I don't want people leaving this room thinking, you know, law enforcement and government are, you know, they have carte blanche. They don't. And I think in that context, it's more of a statement, but maybe you can talk about it. I think the FBI director is probably concerned about the reversal of the trend, to the point that I found in my research that police officers did not really want to talk about the process. From their standpoint, they're like people in this room, they're just trying to do an individual job, but they're worried about being litigated against at the agency level and having careers terminated. And so there is this tension, I think, for the FBI, and the frustration of law enforcement is we are trying to stop the next 9/11. And that's a preventative step. And I think that's maybe a little bit different to what people do in this room, which is they have people who've committed crimes already, and they want a legal response. So that's a very convoluted statement, but I just wanted to put that perspective out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. Just to add to it before you respond.
Please.
I think that's true, absolutely, the way that I hear law enforcement talk about it, and I agree. I mean, I came in with more of the privacy, civil liberty side, and I became much more aware of the great work that people do on a regular basis and why they have the attitude that they do. But it's not just terrorism, it's also if you're working on a gang case, right, and you know that the gang is out there doing terrible stuff and you can stop them, you want to get information about them that stops them now, not the crime that they're going to do, you know, in 3 or 4 days, right? So that there is sort of this attitude of, I could make a difference if I could get this information and stop it for this particular case. And that's why I want this information, both local and at the federal level. So you do have that attitude in there that I think is important. But again, I think there are, looking at it from the civil liberty side again, you also have the ability to say, well, if you need it for that individual case, you should find the solution for that case. Don't try and draw in the entire realm of all technology and what you need to pull in for all technology in order to solve that one case, because you're going to end up creating big loopholes in the future and more information that comes in that's not necessarily needed for these kind of cases. So I think there's a push and pull there, as you said, very complicated, but it's important to understand what their attitude is and why.
Yeah, I mean, the one point I want to touch on, I mean, it's a very complicated area. I mean, and, you know, it was clear after 9/11 that law enforcement had to move from prevention as opposed to detection and prosecution after the fact. But the one issue you mentioned is data retention. I think that's really critical, and, you know, we can agree or disagree about what appropriate periods of time are. And from my perspective, it needs to be as brief as possible, and the collection needs to be as limited as possible. You know, like I said, I'm concerned about the normalization of massive collection and the creation of an infrastructure that sucks in everything. I mean, you know, we've been talking about communications surveillance, but What about things like automated license plate readers? I don't know if people have focused on that kind of technology, but police departments around the country are sucking in records of where every vehicle has been 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and retaining that stuff in huge databases. So, you have to talk about the amount of stuff that's collected and how long it's held.
We're going to take, I think, just one more question, and then our panelists will be available afterwards to speak to the rest of you. Please.
Hello, my question relates to the bigger central issue of trust. And Ari, when I heard you speak about the 8 things or whatever, I think there's almost a 9th, which is just the perception of trust between the public and the government. And I think now it's at an all-time low, unfortunately. I didn't grow up in a military family or near DC or anything, but I've had the pleasure over the past 5 or 6 years to really develop friendships with people who do work in and for the government, and to see them as good, hardworking people who are working to solve a big problem. Like, there's problems in families, there's problems in all institutions. So
quickly, please.
Okay, so my takeaway is, what can we do here as people involved in cybersecurity to be public ambassadors and to help in some small way to restore the trust that people generally do not have with the government?
So my quick response to that is, a lot of people are involved in training and in kind of awareness on these issues. I think bringing in some of the great people that work in law enforcement to come and talk. The FBI has this great program where they will bring people in to talk to folks about the threats and the stuff that they do and how they work with you. Working with U.S. CERT and getting information to them, which is DHS, and in a cooperative way. I think building those kind of cooperative relationships among government agencies and the private sector is extremely important for building that kind of trust and having a lot more people understand exactly what the government's trying to do to help in this space, and that the government can't do it alone and knows it can't do it alone. So,
all right, really quick last word.
I think you can advocate for the greatest amount of transparency and accountability on the part of the agencies that we're talking about, and recognizing that the criticisms and the concerns are not about individuals. I mean, I think we all recognize that the individual government employee is well-intentioned. The problem is the bureaucracy and sort of what ends up happening in systems. So there needs to be oversight, there needs to be accountability, and that will restore trust.
Thank you.
Ari and David, thank you for a very thoughtful discussion.
It's obvious we could continue this conversation for quite a while, but we don't want to intrude on your lunch. We do have a break now for lunch on your own between now and 12:45, where we will meet back here. Our afternoon speakers will include John Townsend from DTE and Governor Rick Schneider. Restaurants, if you have questions, you can ask the volunteers out in the lobby there. Down State Street is probably the safest and quickest bet.
So we've got an afternoon it's going to be tough to top this morning, but I think we can do it. And our first talk today is going to be from John Townsend. John is the manager of information security for DTE Energy, and he's been with DTE for about 19 years in various positions, but right now he is standing between the bad guys and our ability to have power, which is kind of important here in Michigan. So he's going to talk about the threat to the utility industry. So please welcome John Townsend from DTE Energy. Thanks again, John.
I had to find my mic. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And of course, I get my first text message. I'm just curious to know the audience, how many folks here are from industry? Raise your hand. And how many folks are from the academic world? Okay, good. Thank you, that helps. Don, thank you for that great introduction. I appreciate your kind words. As Don mentioned, my name is John Townsend. I've been in the IT business my entire career, which is more years than I am willing to admit. And about the last 8 or so of those years have been spent in cybersecurity. Now, I entered just at the right time, because in 2007, a video was released to the press, supposedly leaked to the press, and is quite prominent, and it demonstrates the Aurora vulnerability that was exploited by Idaho National Labs. Now, what you're going to see in a video here in a few minutes is an electric generator that is connecting to the grid and then disconnecting from the grid and rapidly reconnecting. And every time it reconnects, when it tries to synchronize, there's this major jolt of the generator, and literally parts start to fly off. So those of you, probably we have electrical engineers in the audience, and I don't want to know that because I'm not one. But the way to think about this is if you took 2 magnets and put them up to a pane of glass, they would hold together. They would be in sync. If I then remove my hand from the one on my left and turned the one on the right, the torque of the one on the left in order to get back in sync would be tremendous. So Idaho National Labs bought a multi-million-dollar generator. They hooked it up to their own little electrical grid, and they invited their hackers to come in and see if they could exploit any vulnerabilities in order to demonstrate this thing, and they did. So I have to exit this, and I'm going to. This is like 1 minute. Anybody? By the way, did anybody? I was going to ask this question. Did anybody see last week's Nova on the threat of cyber warfare? Okay, I see a couple of hands. You guys can do your email for the next few minutes, because they went into a lot more detail about this particular vulnerability that I'm going to go into. But this is going to show you what happened to that generator. So this was one of the first demonstrations of a cyber attack doing physical destruction to hardware.
Welcome to track.
Oh, thank you. So it's one of the first times that we've seen a cyber attack, at least in the electric industry, come in and do physical damage. So you can imagine if that had happened on a grand scale, what would have happened to the electrical grid. Fortunately, it didn't happen in a grand scale. So it doesn't stop there. You are all familiar with all of the hacks and the breaches that have been occurring recently. These are just some recent headlines. And I think you would all appreciate the fact that the loss of electricity in a widespread area is going to put a lot of stress on that area. So the electric and gas industry, probably more so the electric, but the electric and gas industry get more than their fair share attention of headlines. And some of these are kind of humorous. I'll show you this next slide, which is just more of the same type of things. The electrical industry grid is at risk. The news loves to point that out first because it's scary, it's worrisome, and rightfully so, it is worrisome. None of us would want to be without power for any extended period of time. In fact, it could result in the loss of life if it took a while to do. My favorite headline up here is the one on the lower left that talks about ISIS attacking the electrical grid. The subtitle that we didn't put up there is, "And they're just not very good at it," which I'm grateful for. So we are being attacked. The electrical grid, the electrical industry is being attacked by different nation states, sponsors, organizations, et cetera, and we know it. And we've done some things about it. Whoops, sorry. So in 2011, the Edison Electrical Institute, which is the trade association for all of the investor-owned utilities, got together with member companies and we developed the top 9 threats. Now I know it says 10 up there, but we initially could only think of 9. And it wasn't until the 2014 update that we came up with the 10th threat, and you're going to see that one today. Then the AGA, which is the gas side equivalent of EEI, followed suit, and they came up with also a set of threats where there's a major overlap, but there are a few differences in them. So not only did we identify the threats, that was the easy part. We further went on, and you're going to see in the following slides, we further went on to identify what the potential impact is if that threat is realized in the electric or gas sectors, who the potential threat actors are, and what vectors they might come in on, and most importantly, the mitigations that could help you prevent these from being realized. I wanted to give accreditation to the people that really put this work together, because a lot of the words you're going to see on the following slides come directly from the EEI, AGA, Chertoff Group, and the a lot of other folks. So let's dig into it. Let's get to the bottom line. Here it is. These are the top 10 threats. Even the casual observer would notice that these are not all cyber threats. And I never said that this presentation was about just cyber. There's a combination of cyber and physical in the top 10. And you also may notice there's nothing here that's really unique to the electric or the gas sector. And that's why I asked how many people were actually in different industries. So I'm going to go into each one of these. I'm going to move through them pretty quickly given the time frame I have. But years of thought have gone into this stuff. Now, the first thing we did as we started to put this together is we realized, can you read that in the back, I hope? Shoot. Oh, well. That was the largest font we could get to and still contained it in 2 pages. So I'm not going to read these to you. You do not want me reading these to you. But Ari did me a major piece of help this morning when he explained the NIST cybersecurity framework. These categories, the phases you see there over on the left, we had originally used the FEMA, but then with President Obama's order and the creation of the NIST cybersecurity framework, we changed it to match that framework. I was going to spend about a half hour explaining those categories to you, which would have been thrilling. But Ari did an excellent job of explaining them, so I'm not going to explain, but you will see, at least I was hoping you would be able to see, that there are a few that I've highlighted, so I'm just going to touch upon a few of these. And the first one is just so relevant to every single category, and you're going to get tired of me repeating it as we go through. You need to know what your critical assets are, whether they're physical or they're cyber. And when do you need to know it? Before you have an incident, before something happens. So get out there and identify what they are. If you're in the security business at all, or you've read any articles on it, you'll be familiar with the phrase that your weakest link is your employee. And I am a major advocate of security awareness training for all employees so that they recognize when they're being phished, so that they know that something unusual is happening here that's not quite right, I better call somebody. And then down in the detect, you see the information sharing. Again, I hate to bombard you with these phrases, but there's an old axiom in the security industry. I, as a single company, have to be right 100% of the time if I am to avoid an incident or a breach. A bad actor only has to be right once in about 1 million attempts. So I can't possibly know all the threats that are out there. I can't possibly know all of the best practices. I'm only one company. So under detect, I do a lot of work in sharing information. The local FBI, very helpful. Governor Snyder has put forth a significant effort to share information with the state police. We have our own ESISAC, et cetera, et cetera. So very important. And then we have the last under respond. Again, I'll ask the question, the answer is obvious. When do you want to develop and test an incident response plan? Before, during, or after an incident? So develop it, and then don't put it on a shelf. The paper will turn yellow. Practice it. So let's get into some of the threats. Here's the first one, coordinated cyber attack. This is a pretty simple one. This is where one or more bad actors simultaneously or near simultaneously attack multiple critical systems on your network. Whether it's a physical attack or it's a cyber attack, they go after it, and their purpose is to bring down or disrupt operations. Now, they usually attack communication systems, either private or public, and of course, your critical software systems. Now, in our case, in the case of the electrical grid, we have systems that actually run the grid. They're called SCADA systems, or they're called ICS systems or EMS systems. They all stand for the same thing. They are the things that are controlling the grid. Those are the things that they're going to try to attack. And how are they going to try to attack them? I'm over on the vector side here. They're going to try to attack them through links, communication links, because they're frequently not hardened. They're going to bring in rogue devices. So if they can get access to a critical facility, they're going to bring in a device, they're going to plant it there, and they're going to use that device to attack you. Or through remote access. Who remembers, Ari mentioned it this morning, he stole one of my lines. Who remembers the Target breach? How did they get in? A third-party provider who had unknowingly become compromised, and then they just laterally moved their way across. What are the consequences? Well, the worst case consequence is that physical damage is caused, just like we saw with the Aurora generator. And things go down, generating plants go down, electricity cannot be supplied, and there's a blackout. The more insidious, and if I was a bad actor, this is the route I would take personally, but I'm not a bad actor, I assure you. The more insidious route is not to physically attack the hardware, but to feed misinformation to the operators that are running the hardware so that they make incorrect decisions that either result in the destruction of equipment or just shutting down the grid. Mitigations, since you can't read these. Again, once you've identified your critical and key assets out in the field, make sure they're secure. That's that first item under protect. It's amazing how many times people just put devices out in the field and they don't do anything to protect them from either physical or cyber attack. Harden your networks, not just your operational networks, harden both your corporate and your operational network. Too often they are connected. Monitor for unusual activity. I'm down under detect. Monitor for unusual activity and then alarm on that. It doesn't do, it's not even half the battle just to monitor. You need to alarm. You need somebody to respond to it. And then in the case of the electric utility, if we detect that there is a cascading failure, as we saw in 2003, we will disconnect from the grid in order to save the electricity for our region. Number two, one of my favorites. We've all heard of advanced persistent threats. What's the most famous one out there? Stuxnet, right? Stuxnet. Probably the most famous, most renowned APT. What do they try to do? They exploit network vulnerabilities. They find a safe hiding spot somewhere in the network where they can do reconnaissance work to figure out where are the important assets in the network. And their ultimate goal is to exfiltrate value-added information from that network or cause physical destruction. In the case of Sony, in the case of the Iran nuclear plant, they did both. Sony lost tons of information and now lost thousands of computers. In the case of RSA, also an APT, they just lost intellectual intelligence. How do they do this? Well, the likely targets are the security controls themselves. I'm fond of telling my boss I can spend millions of dollars, which I don't necessarily spend, building the ultimate perimeter around DTE Energy so that nobody can get in. But then here comes that phishing email, just flies right on over. All of that security just fishes, and Don opens up his email. He sees that he has a bill that's due today, and if he doesn't respond, you know, blah, 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 blah. And Don very naturally clicks on that. They're also going to target software and firmware and plant malware in that. I talked about, over on the right-hand side, I talked about reconnaissance already. Stuxnet exploited 5 zero-day vulnerabilities. Most don't exploit any. They don't need to. A successful attack could, in the case of the electric industry, could result in blackouts, mainly due to the loss of control or situational awareness. And by situational awareness, I mean the operators can no longer see what is happening out in the field through their instruments, because this APT, as Stuxnet did, tell them that everything is operating okay. So, mitigations. Start at the top. Do you know everybody in your organization that has elevated privileges? That was a question. Not a big response. You need to know everybody in your organization, whether they're an IT person or they're out in the field, that have elevated privileges, and I would strongly recommend that you invoke some sort of two-factor authentication. Because when that keylogger gets installed on that admin's machine, if they're using two-factor authentication, they won't be able to get beyond that machine. They will not be able to move laterally across the network as they did in the case of Target. You're going to see this theme reported over and over again on the protect. You have to establish a pattern of your network usage. Most admins do the same thing day in, day out. They go to this machine, they go to that machine, they go to another machine. Normally your traffic flow is about the same. Sometimes it peaks because it's the end of the month and you're closing your books or you're gathering customer information, but you can establish what that norm is. And then, you've heard me say this before, monitor and alarm when you see something unusual, something out of the ordinary. And then lastly, down here at the bottom, again, participate in those threat sharing forums, whether it's local government, whether it's within your own industry, state, local, federal level. All right, moving on to number 3. Disruption of voice and data communication. This is one that's a little bit different in that this can result from either a cyber attack or a physical attack. And the real purpose of this is to cripple the business processes that depend upon that communication in order to operate. It's not necessarily trying to destroy a nuclear plant or destroy a fossil generation plant. They just want, they want to interrupt the processes that are going on. The likely targets, third party, whether it's AT&T, it's Comcast, it's Verizon, I don't want to pick on anybody in particular, attacking them. But we also, well, I won't say we also, at one point, way before my time, DTE Energy, at the time known as Detroit Edison, was the 9th largest telephone company in Michigan, because we have a lot of private communications that we use in order to operate our business. Those are constantly under attack. So that's another target attack, and you'll see over here on your right the types. A successful attack will result in operators not having the information they need to make decisions, or in a lot of cases, we've evolved to the point where we are automating that decision making based upon the information that's coming into us. And if that information isn't coming into us, then either decisions won't be made and there will be no actions taken, or the wrong decisions will be made. And if this occurs in connection with a natural event like a hurricane or an earthquake or a major snowstorm, it can just exponentially raise the impact. So mitigations. This should sound pretty familiar for you by now. Look at the first one. Know your critical communication systems before something happens, and equally important, know who the provider is. Probably most of us don't use just one provider for telecom. We use multiple providers for that. So know who those people are and coordinate with them on having alternative routes established. No telecom company I'm aware of has just one route into, for instance, a DTE Energy. There's multiple routes, and we may call upon them to use one of those alternate routes. You may, if worse comes to worse, you may actually have to station personnel at critical facilities to make sure the communication is going on. And then lastly, provide you can recover if you have redundancy and backup. Moving on to number 4, this is the blended attack, where you most likely have multiple attackers with a coordinated campaign that involves both a physical attack as well as a cyber attack. An example might be, this didn't actually happen, so don't quote me on this because I'm making this up. You may have heard of the Metcalf substation physical attack out in California, PG&E, Metcalf, right? So that was a physical attack on that substation. There were multiple shooters at the substation. They could have simultaneously, or somebody else in coordination could have simultaneously launched a cyber attack against a generation facility. So you take out a substation and you take out a generation facility, and you have a major problem. The likely targets for this would be generation plants, transformers, because as you know, we stepped the electricity down from when it was created at the plant down to it gets to 110 in your household. Or key physical equipment and critical systems. They want to go after the critical systems. They don't want to go after that Dell computer that we all have 2 or 3 hidden under our desks. You see over on the right there, explosive devices. If people get into, if they can get into a substation and they can plant an explosive device, they can do a lot of damage very, very quickly in a physical attack. We also worry about aircraft and now drones attacking the transmission towers. You bring down a couple of those transmission towers and you're going to have quite a blackout. So the results being here that a successful attack could result in a prolonged blackout that could actually cascade across multiple regions depending on the extent of the attack or the extent of the equipment that fails within the initial attack region. Mitigations. This mitigation, most of these mitigations revolve around a single theme. And that theme is highlighted in the first bolded point up there. Cross communications. So you've got a blended attack going on. In a lot of organizations, physical security is separate from cybersecurity. So I worry about cybersecurity. I don't necessarily worry about the Metcalf event going on because that's not me. But wouldn't it be better if, when a physical attack occurred, that the gentleman that heads that up was contacting me and said, hey, I've got this going on. Do you have anything going on? And vice versa. So that will take some training, cross-training between the two groups so they can better understand what they're talking about. Physical control to critical facilities so that we make sure that unauthorized vehicles or pedestrians don't get into the facility and plant those devices that I talked about. I talked about the alert, a guard force. We have a 7 by 24-hour guard force that has monitors all over the DTE energy area that is monitoring critical facilities, and they do respond to those facilities by either dispatching local law enforcement or, if there's a DTE place close enough, dispatch them. Sabotage, insider sabotage. This threat can come from a disgruntled employee, could come from a disgruntled or just an ex-employee. It could come from a third party. In fact, the DHS just announced this week, a spokesperson for the DHS announced this week that they now believe the Metcalf shooting was done by insiders. And that was 3 years ago, almost 3 years ago, that that took effect, or that occurred. So these folks, these insiders, whether they're third party or disgruntled employees, have proprietary information that allows them to do even more damage than somebody on the outside. They may have elevated privileges that they can use in order to wreak the havoc on your equipment or on your software systems that the normal outsider doesn't have or has to go to a much greater extent. What are the targets they're going to attack? Well, mainly two. They're going to attack the expensive and hard to replace equipment. Some equipment, and I'm sure it's true for most industry, some equipment are multi-million dollars and take months or even a year to replace. That's what they're going to go after. Or the operational control systems. Again, the systems that are actually controlling the electrical grid. How does this happen? What are the vectors? Social engineering is a vector. The unauthorized access or misuse of legitimate access to systems so that they can misconfigure a system to cause the damage. The likely impact, depending on the level of the insider's knowledge, we could result in a loss of power, could result in a blackout, it could result in the loss of situational awareness from the operators, et cetera. Mitigations, when you do, and I know you're all doing it, when you do that enterprise-wide threat analysis, make sure that one of the factors you consider is that insider threat. The insider threat is often overlooked because we're so focused on somebody from the outside getting in. Conduct background checks and pay attention to them. It wasn't at this company, but another company I was at was talking to somebody in HR. They had gotten a call from an unhappy spouse. And the unhappy spouse said, my husband was convicted of felonies out in Arizona. I'm working here in Michigan. He was convicted of felonies out in Arizona. And they said, oh, well, we got this guy, no problem. He probably falsified his application, and that probably didn't show up in his background check. Wrong in both cases. He wrote it on his application, and it was clearly in his background check. We ran it, we never checked it. So not only do that, monitor employees' responses. We're going through downsizings, we're going through a bunch of different factors. So monitor those stress levels of employees, track what they're doing. And then in the case of an insider threat, be sure and collect and save data for further investigation. Pandemic, number 6. A pandemic is the severe outbreak of severe virus. Absenteeism can grow as high as 50% in some studies. There's 3 causes for absenteeism. The employee is actually sick and can't come to work. The employee is taking care of a sick family member, or the employee does not want to get sick and refuses to come into work. There's no real targets in this particular scenario. The dissemination or the vectors for this are the unintentional Ebola type of situation, or a terrorist organization who is purposely sending in infected people, individuals, into populous areas, intentionally sending them in. Pandemic itself isn't going to do a lot of damage. What's going to do the damage is as that absenteeism grows, less skilled, less knowledgeable people are going to be responsible for running your critical systems, and they're more likely to make mistakes or not know what decisions to make. Mitigations, which business functions are most important, and you're going to pay attention to those. That's where you're going to keep your most skilled resources. Maintain those SOPs and those COOPs, because as you have alternative workers come in, they're going to use those things. Develop and test emergency response plan. Maintain contingency plans with vendors. So as your parts start to dwindle, you want to make sure that those critical resources are available. And then finally, on the bottom, maintain relationships with local clinics where you might be able to get the vaccines that help your employees. 7, supply chain disruption, one of my favorites. And it's my favorite because there can be an intentional supply chain interruption, as in, I want to put malware into my product, deliver it to customers, et cetera, et cetera. The more difficult one to detect is those sub-tier suppliers to your supplier that are putting malware in. And that supplier doesn't even know it, and he or she, that company, delivers it to you not knowing that there's a piece of malware in there. One of the best exercises I ever participated in was the supply chain compromise. The piece of malware sat inside one of our critical systems for 6 months. This was an exercise, not a true event. It was an exercise. Sat inside for 6 months. It's called a time bomb. And then the time bomb went off. No backups in the world are going to save you because just too much time has passed. So supply chain consequences can cause damage, as I just described, but also they can cause just the dwindling of parts. As parts become more and more scarce, they are going to, you're not going to be able to stay at full operations. Mitigations, evaluate your suppliers. Be aware of the sub-tier relationships that your suppliers have. Inspect parts that you receive from your suppliers to see if something happened to that part in transit before it arrived at your facility. Catastrophic human failure. Well, my gosh, we all make mistakes. What the heck? And you can ask the operators at 3 Mile Island. Anybody remember 3 Mile Island? Okay. Part of that was human error. People were just making mistakes. And since it's unintentional, there's no real targets. But over on the right here, the job performance errors, things that are misconfigured. The impact are disruptions to the facility. Mitigations. Mitigations here are really very straightforward. Conduct assessments, maintain robust operating procedures. Some people call them standard work instructions. do pre-job briefs every time so that employees can identify what errors could possibly occur before they go out and do the job. Continually learn from your experiences because accidents are going to happen. So conduct after-action reviews and implement those recommendations that come out of those after-action reviews. Intentional electromagnetic interference. How many electrical engineers do I have in the audience? Oh, I'm actually glad to hear that. So this is an intense electromagnetic field that renders electronic devices either useless or makes them malfunction. Has anybody read the book 1 Second After? You need to read that book. This is a nation-state attack on the United States. So if you blow up a nuclear device at a certain level in the atmosphere, you will have this EMI effect massively. In this case, I'm talking about local. I'm talking about somebody getting into a critical facility and setting off such a device and all of the electronic components malfunctioning. They're going to hit substations, they're going to hit all the things you see over there on the left. The paths to doing this are unshielded or very poorly shielded facilities or communications. And as I mentioned here on the likely impacts, they are going to be most likely localized to a single plant. Take a nation state or a state sponsor to launch a massive attack. Remediations, evaluate your facilities to make sure that they have the right level of protection. Not every facility needs the level of protection. Again, I'm back to our perimeter security. Make sure only authorized people. Make sure that you escort non-employees into your critical facilities and be with them at all times. At DTE Energy, we have spaces in our facilities where unless I have clearance to enter unescorted, I, as an employee, have to be escorted. So if you've got people from outside, make sure that they are escorted. And keep a sufficient supply of things on hand. Okay, lastly, number 10. My second favorite. Distributed denial of service. I won't ask for a raise of hand. Oh, I will ask. Anybody in the finance industry? I only see 1 or 2 hands. The finance industry, I think the year before last, they were inundated with denial of services. What is a distributed denial of service attack? It's an attack where you throw so much false requests at a piece of network equipment or an application server, a CPU, a disk array, it does not have time to respond to legitimate business requests. So for all practical purposes, if it was your website, public-facing website, and you were getting a denial of service, that website would disappear from the network because it couldn't respond to that consumer trying to get into it. Yeah, I can do that. So let me just look at the mitigations here. Work with your ISPs. I'm down here under Protect. Recognize that the DDoS event is probably a cover for something else. 74% are a cover for something else. So, in conclusion, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I appreciate you putting up with me. And I think you will agree with me that these are not unique to the electric and gas sectors. They apply to all of us. So with that, I think I have a minute or two. I got 5 minutes to take any questions. Now, and by the way, there's about 6 other DTE Energy people out in the audience here, so I could throw them to you at any time, and I know where you're sitting. Go ahead, sir, please.
Edward Vilmetti. So one of the biggest problems that the electric power industry has is storms, where a large storm will come through and there will be a big power outage as a result. And I was surprised actually to see that you didn't have any natural disasters on your list of things that cause difficulties for your systems. I'll point you to Hurricane Sandy, or Superstorm Sandy, where a lot of utility companies had difficulty informing their customers of when their power would be restored. The most recent, a couple months ago, storm in the Northwest that completely took out BC Hydro's website. They didn't have any way to inform their customers of what was going on.
Right.
And I want you to address not just the cyber side of this problem, but where the distributed denial of service attack is really your customers trying to figure out what's going on with your utility and the infrastructure necessary to handle 100 or 1,000 times more than normal load.
That's a great question. And I can tell you, since Superstorm Sandy, the electric utility has joined together, mainly through EEI, to learn lessons from what happened in that particular situation and remedies that we can take to prevent that exact sort of thing. The study I was quoting here is, of course, as I said, focused more on physical and cybersecurity. So we didn't focus particularly on natural events. You bring up a great case. I can say on behalf of DT Energy, we are putting millions and millions of dollars, anybody know the number? It's a lot of money, into the quick restoration of customers that are out as a result of a storm. We are putting a lot of money into notifying those customers, finding different channels for being able to notify them, whether it's a text message, a phone call, an email. We're putting a lot of money into doing a better job of estimating, because we were horrible at telling you we'd be back in 24 hours and then 72 hours later you were still out. So we are putting a lot of money into our software systems in order not only to do a better job of that, but predict it. So we're using some predictive software as we see these storms coming to where are the outages going to be, so that we can pre-station restoration teams out in those areas. So that's a great question. Thank you.
Hi. I'm an electrical engineer and a computer scientist, and I also have an interest in alternative energy. So my question is kind of related to the previous one. There has been a lot of talk, especially with the Department of Energy putting out a lot of incentives and interest out to bring up the green energy and alternative energy sectors. As part of that effort, and also as part of maybe disaster recovery for the energy grid itself, let's say that we're talking that it's been a cyber attack and the infrastructure is in place and stuff, we don't have to build that from scratch. Has the United States thought of subcontracting with countries, friendly countries across the globe, maybe for solar or power lines under the ocean, or what's the situation right now? Is that possible?
So I'm not an electrical engineer. I announced. But it is not possible, as I understand it, to be able to send electricity from Europe to the United States. In fact, the United States is broken up into 4 electrical regions, and it takes a lot to get energy from one of those regions to another, which is why they were designed that way. So DTE is building a lot of wind farms throughout the state of Michigan for 2 reasons. One, primarily, is it's a greener technology, and secondly, could provide backup in the case of the loss of a coal plant or stuff. So, but no, we're not looking at friendly countries across the ocean to to wheel us electricity. One more, or am I done?
I was just curious, with the proliferation of smart meters, what kind of impact does that have on security for?
Excellent. Excellent question. There is a lot of press out there about smart meters and having access to people's usage information, and those smart meters being able to be hacked and to be brought down. The state government ran an exercise where there was a time bomb planted in a smart meter, and that all went off a year later, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Being in the security space and having been around when those smart meters came in, I can tell you that DTE Energy, and I'm sure it's true for the other utilities, have put a lot of money into securing those devices. We have our own team that worries about it. We have taken the smart meters to third parties to have them, their vulnerabilities. We took it out to INL as an example to see if they could break it, and if they could, we insisted that the vendor fix it. We've had outside auditors like PwC come in and evaluate our programs. So can I guarantee you that they're absolutely solid, safe? No, I can't even guarantee that. I can't guarantee that about anything. But I can tell you that DTE Energy, along with the rest of the electric sector, takes those vulnerabilities very, very seriously. And thank you for that question. I think that's it.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Another informative conversation. We appreciate John's time. Your time is ready for a break at this moment, but please be aware that as we prepare for the governor, our time has shifted slightly, which is why we allowed John to go over a little bit. We will take about a 10-minute break. I would advise you to be back in this room by at least 1:50, because we're going to be getting an influx of people probably from campus who can only make it during this period of time. So if you want to secure your seat, make a quick trip to get a drink of coffee or water or whatever. And then we'll be back here at 1:50.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my honor to introduce President Mark Schlissel from the University of Michigan. Mark?
Thanks, Don. You can tell I'm not the headliner because that's the shortest introduction I've received since I've been at the University of Michigan. But thanks very much. It's really a pleasure and an honor to introduce our keynote speaker today, Governor Rick Snyder. Governor Snyder grew up here in Battle Creek and came as a student to the University of Michigan, where he received his undergraduate degree in our General Studies program. And I think that's a fantastic advertisement for the power of broadly educating yourself, particularly for a governor who talks about STEM education, to also point out the value of a general education. Governor Snyder also got his MBA and his JD here at the University of Michigan, and he received remarkably a fourth degree, an honorary degree, when he was our graduation speaker back in 2011. He worked first for Coopers & Lybrand for almost a decade, eventually leading their merger and acquisitions group. He became the CEO of Gateway Computer, but then moved back here to the Ann Arbor area as an entrepreneur, began a venture capital firm or two, but really remarkably began a career as a public citizen, serving on advisory boards here at the university and elsewhere around the state. He was the first chair of the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. He was one of the founders of Ann Arbor Spark, along with one of my predecessors, President Coleman, a very successful local economic development organization. And then ran and was successfully elected as Michigan's governor in 2010, and of course re-elected just last year in 2014 for a second term. Despite a tough economic climate, the governor has been a true champion of education at all levels, particularly higher education. He's a self-described tough nerd who has long recognized the importance of IT security. I'll always admire the governor for three things. The first is his first elected office was governor, so why not start at the top? The second is how he gets things done. He's persistent, doesn't matter what the climate is, he's going to work to achieve goals on behalf of the citizens of the state, and so I've learned from this. And then finally, I'll always be impressed with how he gets away with public events not wearing a necktie. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome Governor Rick Snyder.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be back on campus. I love being here, and thanks for that wonderful introduction, Market. And it's great to have you as president of the university. So many things about this topic we could talk about, and in many respects, I think I'm preaching to the choir. You wouldn't be here today if you didn't understand and appreciate the importance of cybersecurity, and many of you have lived through the challenges. One of the things I always like to start with, though, when I talk about cybersecurity is what got my own interest and why I think it's so important. Well, first of all, I am proud to say I am a nerd, and one subset of that is being a techie. Technology is something that's critically important, that's transforming our lives, and it's not going to go backward. It's only going to continue to advance in terms of the speed of connectivity, how we connect, the way we're all interconnected in this world. And I'm very much proud of that. And I've helped push the state of Michigan, the state government in particular, to be much more proactive and aggressive in terms of doing those things, in terms of moving that forward. And it's working. But if you stop for a second and say, okay, that's great. You're actually making us more connected. You're doing all these great things. You also have to do it in a responsible fashion. And that's where I emphasize cybersecurity. For everything we do to say we're advancing information technology to take that to the next level, I think it's equally important that there's also a corresponding effort to encourage better cybersecurity. Because we're creating potential risk and issues by doing more in information technology, we have to do it in a thoughtful, responsible fashion. And the challenges are there in cybersecurity. It's amazing that the state of Michigan alone, we've seen a huge escalation in the number of times we're attacked. One, I think there are more attacks, but secondly, we're getting better at recognizing we're attacked. Because I think in many cases we probably were being attacked and we didn't even know it. I bet that's still going on to some degree. You know what the number is in terms of daily attacks on the state of Michigan government right now? It's about 2.5 million a day, to put it in context for you. That's why this is important. What are the risks of having a cybersecurity breach? A lot of people don't take the time to actually analyze that. I view it as fairly straightforward. There are at least 3 critical areas that if you have a breach in cybersecurity, here's what you have at risk. First of all, confidential information. The whole area of confidentiality. There is critical information that should be kept private. Think about healthcare. All the issues of your medical records in your healthcare. The second one is the whole issue of integrity of data. How much of your financial information is out there in the world? How much of your personal background and information is with the state of Michigan or some record keeper like us? And what would happen if someone could go in and change that information? What impact would that have on your life? And then accessibility. Can you get that information when you need it? And if there's a cyber threat, if that information is not available, you may not be able to go buy dinner tonight or go do a transaction in some fashion. So if you think about it, those 3 critical areas are things we really need to be concerned with. And not only do I view that at personal, at a state of Michigan level, but it's a personal issue. I bet many of us here, how many people here have had some kind of breach that you're aware of your own information? Raise your hand. Most of the hands are up, folks. I remember I've had someone steal my identity at one point in time. They apparently got my credit card number. And I remember for several years, I had to go get my credit record every so often and learn about this apartment in Washington, D.C. I had that I never occupied, nor did I actually know about until I pulled my credit report. And that people were doing business until you get those notices that you were behind on some debt you owed that you never incurred because someone else had taken your credit card. One of the classics, and I'll share one more story with you, this was actually at home. I think I am a pretty good techie, so when I set up our house, I actually set up a separate computer for the kids. So we had a computer for my wife and I to be online, and I knew the kids were, this was back when they were elementary, middle school age. I knew they'd probably be going to websites and they'd click on things, again, that would get in trouble in some fashion. So I said, here's your computer. And I did all the normal firewall stuff. I'm pretty good. I'm not a real IT person, but I thought I did pretty good protection. Well, after a while, it started running really slow, this computer. So I called in my own help. I called in expertise from the community here to come help me figure this out. And even they couldn't figure it out first. So we kept going. We all knew something wasn't right. And finally, we found someone good enough to figure out. And you know what was going on? It had been hijacked. And that there was a Korean version of DOS actually running in the background on that computer. And it was doing processing for someone. Those are the kind of issues and risks we face today. So what do you do about it? You have to be proactive. And I'm proud to say, at the state of Michigan, I think we're a leader in this country in terms of helping do it in terms of the public sector. And there are at least 4 areas you need to focus on. First of all, we need leadership in this area. We need people standing up to talk about this. One of the things you'll find quite often, and I bet it's true of some of your organizations, is you're working hard on cybersecurity, but you don't want to really tell anyone. Because you figure if you tell someone, you might make yourself a bigger target. I appreciate that. That's not something to be ignored. But if we really have a problem in our country, we have to be open and honest to say, how do we work together to solve that problem? So we do need leadership. And I view the state of Michigan, we have a role to be that leader. We can be a clearinghouse, a coordinator, a place to rally people together to work on issues like this. The next one is the whole issue of prevention. How do you do prevention? I'm sure you've talked about that today. A lot of it is really simple stuff to get the average computer user just to do some simple things. Password, there's a novel idea. It was great. We did an employee suggestion program in the state of Michigan where we actually did this in kind of a gain sharing fashion. We opened it up to all of them to send in ideas, and then we had people vote on the ideas. We had 3 winning ideas. One of the winners was put the name of the place on Pure Michigan billboards to where that place actually is. There was a common sense one. But one of the other winners was a person wrote in, and I gave him courage for writing in saying, can I get one password? Because I've got about 15 passwords, so I just write them on a sheet of paper and put it on my terminal, my monitor. Oh my gosh. So these are the kind of things that we can work with people on. And so how do you do easy-to-use training that's actually kind of fun? And I'm proud to say we've got some things at the state we actually do that I enjoy doing. And we get them about every 6 weeks to 2 months where a lesson comes in. It's an interactive lesson, and I actually enjoy doing it, and I still learn stuff. So prevention is this huge issue in terms of working through that. Now, what do you do if you actually have a problem? Detection, define that problem. And I mentioned how we get attacked so many times at the state. We continuously need to update our detection tools. But we actually need to do a better job of coordinating when one of us is hit to say that is probably also going on with other people. So one of the things we're trying to do is really create a cyber command center kind of an environment so organizations can feel comfortable contacting the state in some fashion to say, hey, we're getting this kind of attack. So we can be on the lookout and let other places to know they'll be on the same lookout for the same kind of issue to help detect these kind of issues. And then finally, what do you do to deal with it once you've been attacked? How do you get restored? How do you get back up? And that's an area I think we're woefully inadequate, that we need a lot more work to be done. Because I don't think most organizations are really fully prepared to respond if they had a huge attack happen to them. Again, the smaller ones we can manage. But if we had a big one or we had one that affected sectors of our economy or something, we are not prepared for that in my view. One of the things we're trying to do, just to start the seeds of this being planted, we created the Civilian Cyber Corps here in Michigan. And I encourage you to sign up for it, or people in your organization to sign up. So what we said is can we go out to the private sector, the public sector, find individuals that are willing to sign up to say they can work with their organization. And if we really had a broader attack, they would be available to come help someone else. Because no organization is going to have all the resources they need to respond to restoring themselves if it's a full-blown attack. And we're going to need to help one another. So we want to start this as a precursor organization. Long term, I believe it'll actually literally become part of the National Guard. Not with weapons, traditional weapons, but with people that have cyber skills. I think that's the kind of attitude we need to approach this with. And so we're doing 10 regional teams. We're actually doing teams in automotive, financial, 2 or 3 other areas to say we have specialty teams that can go help companies or organizations that are being assaulted in some fashion when they've been hit. So this is the kind of framework we need to build on. And that's why I want to thank you for having this session today. This is the positive steps we need to take. Having an open dialogue. Talking about the issues each one of us has, because they're a lot more common than we probably acknowledge. Talking about how we can learn best practices in terms of education, in terms of prevention and detection. And then let's talk about how we can respond together to understand that we're in this together. So I want to thank you for having this session. I hope my information's been helpful to you. This is the kind of effort that I can tell you, in terms of a national security issue, I view this as one of the greatest national security threats we have in terms of true risk to our country. The information technology age is absolutely incredible. I'm so excited to be part of it. Many of us have grown up with it. I was joking earlier, I remember doing punch cards here and learning COBOL. We've come a long way from those days. Now we live with our electronics. But as we live with these electronics, let's show the rest of our citizens that we can help keep them safe from having major issues because of these wonderful devices that we have. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you, Governor. So we've got a few questions we'd like to ask you, if that's all right. So part of your cybersecurity strategy is to develop cybersecurity industry in Michigan. What kind of steps are we taking along those lines, and what's our competitive advantage with other regions?
Sure. I think we have, first of all, a lot of advantages, and then I think we're actually doing a great job of working together. In terms of advantages, we're sitting at one of the greatest advantages in the world, the University of Michigan.
That's right.
And for a guy that had to wear a green tie yesterday, I'm recovering. So I'm glad I got some applause for that one. To put it in context, though, we have some other wonderful universities that are doing great work. And the reason I say that is one of the greatest assets is the Merit Network. Mm-hmm. And that's something we should be so proud of that was built here and exists here. Beyond that, though, we're doing a good job of rallying people together, bringing things together in terms of the state partnering with these wonderful institutions with the private sector. The biggest issue I have with the federal government quite often is they've spent most of their time, in my perception, hardening themselves. Mm-hmm. And they do need to do that. But I think they've overlooked the fact that the greatest risk and threats to cybersecurity are not within the federal government. Mm-hmm. It's within all these industry sectors and the rest of our lives. Mm-hmm. And so in Michigan, my view at the state level is we've tried to embrace a broader network. Let's make it a bigger tent and bring everyone together. And we're doing that. And a couple unique things. I meant the civilian cyber corps is a unique asset in the country that we're starting here, and we should be proud. And Don, you've been a big help in that. The cyber range, again, you know all about it, but the cyber range is a unique asset that we have working with the Merit Network, the universities, the Michigan National Guard, where we actually have Alphaville, where we can do blue-red competitions, find the flag, all these exercises, and it's being 20 sometimes a year or more. It's being utilized as a great asset and resource to people, to train people to be better with cybersecurity. So in many respects, I'm proud of that, and let's keep it going. And the other one is this thought leadership. So you're having this conference, we're doing a cyber event Sunday and Monday of this next week. Let's be louder and prouder about how we're a leader. We have to recognize that may make us a bigger target, but isn't it more important that we try to help all our citizens?
Thank you. Richard Clark said that a digital Pearl Harbor is unlikely, but that the U.S. is suffering a death by 1,000 cuts through the loss of intellectual property. How does this impact companies in Michigan and our competitiveness?
It does. It's one of those great challenges that every time we lose intellectual property in particular, it's a loss of a competitive opportunity. And it could lead to job loss. So we do need to be sensitive to that. But in some contexts, I don't overlook the digital Pearl Harbor. I don't think people should dismiss that. I really am concerned that there could be a catastrophic attack in some fashion. And to be open with you, I wouldn't be surprised that a lot of the ways we would be attacked have already been planted. And so we do cyber exercises at the state of Michigan, again, with the cyber range and all these other great partners with us, and we do them well. But I have not seen a simulated attack yet that truly reflects what, if we sat down, we could design and the amount of havoc it could reach. So we need to be even more honest with ourselves. And we need to do a better job of that. And so I'm not trying to scare people, but I do want you to have, if you're not scared to some degree, I don't think you really understand the threat we face. So that's something I want to continue working on, and I'm going to push people to actually, let's keep working IP, let's work confidentiality, integrity, availability issues, but let's not overlook the fact that there could be much more catastrophic consequences.
So the Internet of Things is coming, and Gartner thinks that by 2020 there'll be about 25 billion devices on the network. And that includes things like refrigerators and so forth, but also cars, aircraft, and so forth. So how can Michigan help make this a safer world for us as we come into this Internet of Things?
Well, the great part is Michigan's the best place for making things in the world. Made in Michigan is something special. We're still an industrial powerhouse that very few places in the world can match. And when I say that, it's not just the physical manufacturing, the industrial design. Michigan has, I think, more industrial designers than virtually any other place in the country, and we're getting those people together. So part of this is designing in better thoughtfulness and intelligence on cyber issues. I know we got a lot of people here that do your homework and research. You know the best way that someone might hack into someone's homes nowadays could be through their refrigerator or through their thermostat, depending on how they were set up. I mean, companies have been hacked most successfully through their pop machines. So this is where, as we expand this broad reach, we need to be more thoughtful that all these devices create a cybersecurity threat. The classic you've seen on the news about hacking cars, about someone taking control of a vehicle. That one actually amazed me because I viewed that as something common sense that, to be blunt, the auto industry should have been further ahead on a while ago. And we need to be proactive on that, especially as we do wonderful things. This is, again, we're doing M-City, we're doing intelligent vehicles. We're the leader in the world in helping do that. We're in competition with a couple other places, but we're helping lead the world in intelligent vehicles. Let's help lead the world in intelligent vehicle cybersecurity.
Yes. Thank you. So recently there's been a lot of news stories about cyber espionage from foreign governments. And President Obama and President Xi signed an agreement last week to stop cyber espionage between the countries. In your opinion, how will this, or will it have much effect on what's going on in terms of loss of intellectual property and the amount of cyber espionage that's going on with foreign governments?
Well, I don't think we should underestimate that. I think it's good an agreement was done. I think that is a very constructive step. But that's just a starting point. I think we need to work under an assumption that that's happening, and again, without identifying any single country, but there are multiple countries out there or groups within countries that are undertaking either terrorist activities or essentially offensive activities in some fashion on the cyber front. So we need to assume that, and we need to be diligent and work hard to deal with that. One illustration, because you mentioned China in particular, I make regular trips to China, and I want to do more business with China. I have great relationships with a lot of Chinese government officials and business people, and in a very positive way. But it was interesting. I was talking to one Chinese company recently that is in a world where intellectual property is absolutely critical. So one of the questions I ask in particular is, well, how do you feel about protection of your intellectual property here? Yeah. And so what you find is the Chinese economy, as it evolves, you're going to find a lot of Chinese companies becoming critically concerned with intellectual property. And I think that's one of the things that will help transition the commercial world, but we still have this national issue we need to deal with.
Okay. Thank you. Scott McNealy made a statement about being zero consumer privacy available now. How applicable is that to government and education in terms of the fact that Google collects so much information, and Apple and whoever? What should government be collecting? What should public institutions like universities? And what's your opinion on the right balance there?
Yeah, we do need to strike a balance because, again, I mentioned confidentiality. That is an important issue, and we need to acknowledge that. But I'll talk quickly a little bit about what we're doing in Michigan, because I have a vision for the IT future of the state of Michigan government. And I call it my page, MI page. You can see I try to use the my whenever I can. Is if you think about today, when you interface with the state of Michigan, we have 20 departments, a bunch of agencies. Literally, depending on your life, you could be in 20 to 30 or 40 different databases. Because, again, you file your tax return with Treasury, you have all these different activities. It's all over the place. So it's a hassle for you in your life. And so the vision I'm driving them towards is to say, instead of having 20 databases that have you in multiple times, we have 10 million citizens and a number of organizations in our state. Why don't we go the other way and go customer-centric and say we have 10 million customer records? And that at some point in life, you should be able to self-manage your own file. And again, we put restrictions on confidentiality within state government, so someone in the state can't see everything. But wouldn't it be cool if you could just go change your address once? So my vision is to move to my page to make you the center of the database and make us adjust to that. I think that's the way we should be heading in terms of much better responsiveness to you. And my goal longer term is to say, why don't we do that with the public sector? So again, if you're in Ann Arbor versus the state of Michigan versus the federal government, this is all stuff that's nuisance in your life. How do we make that go away to give you better customer service because we work for you?
All right. Thank you, sir. So given that you've accomplished an awful lot that was in your original Michigan Cyber Initiative, in your second term now, what are the priorities that are remaining that you want to accomplish?
Well, continuing this path, because I don't think this will ever stop, and it shouldn't. This is continuous improvement. Again, you set the framework and then you just get better and better, because every time you put in an improvement in to do better cybersecurity, there's someone out there figuring out how to beat that. So you can never take it for granted. The other part is I want us to be a bigger thought leader and embrace more organizations, private sector organizations, other public sector members, on how we can do this and be that clearinghouse coordinating member. And again, as I said, the area I think we're least prepared for is restoration or response in some ways. And there's a lot more work that needs to be done there. And I am very concerned that a lot of people simply aren't even doing passwords. So there's a huge amount of work to be done. And I'm fired up to keep working this.
Great. Thanks, sir. So, so we know there's this very large threat out there, and of course we have a lot of resources here at the university in terms of, of course, all the brain power and the things that we do, and we're a very large enterprise. So what are the things, other than the faculty research and that are part of inherently what we do, should we be doing to help with this here at the University of Michigan to help with this problem?
Well, there's a lot, because again, the University of Michigan is clearly one of the world's thought leaders. But then you say, to the degree there are literally tens of thousands of students here, do we actually believe our students are fully aware and understand cyber threats and cybersecurity? My answer to that would be no, just by the law of numbers.
Yeah.
How can we make sure that as these young people get a fabulous education, that they're prepared to go out in the world and be advocates, be those evangelists for cybersecurity? And how do we really make that transition? Also, how do we really get out to the general public? Because again, the university has a broader role in terms of helping the public good. And then the other part is, I'll come back to the civilian cyber core thing a little bit. This is where we need to work together, because you mentioned, and you're right, Don, we got some of the best, brightest minds in the world here. That's not the same thing to say the alarm goes off, there's a massive cyber assault, the grid goes down, hospital records go down, and how do you respond within a matter of hours to get people in place to help solve that problem? You can have the most brilliant minds in the world, but if they've not met one another, they've not talked, they don't know what each one's roles and responsibilities is in a very concise fashion. I mean, not to pick on the university, but usually what you'd find if you said you want to do this, it's like, let's form a committee and let's talk about it for 2 years, right?
Only 2?
And to be open with you, my point is, I'm not trying to sound alarmist, my point is why shouldn't we have that committee meeting now and address all those roles and responsibility, even though we may never have to actually do that work, but get it so everyone knows what their place is and role is if that alarm goes off. That's why I'd ask the university to work on it too.
Thank you. Social media is a very interesting thing that has developed, and there's a lot of great things that come out of it, some not so great things. But certainly one of the things that it has been used more to coordinate attacks. Is the state of Michigan doing anything to try and help monitor and be aware of potential attacks by looking at social media?
Yeah, and I want to be careful. This is not I don't want people to believe, you know, the black helicopters are coming in and all this kind of stuff. This is for publicly available information. It's all out there on the web. We do spend some time and resource looking through that, and we're doing that through the normal course of things with the state police, among others. And I think that's important because it's not just cyber threats. If you look at child pornography, human trafficking, drugs, other violent acts, looking for people that are potentially in the position to do the school shootings. There are a lot of scary things out there. And again, not to scare people, but I think it's important that we're not just reactive, but people are doing it in a thoughtful, again, following all the civil liberty rules out there, but to say that we're at least aware of what's sort of going on in the world out there, and that if we find something, something pops up on the screen, that there's set protocols and procedures to follow up on that. And we have found that to actually help protect the public. And I think that is a reasonable role.
So you personally have been a leader amongst other governors in calling their attention to this issue, and I know when you first were elected and started to get involved, a lot of governors had not even thought about it. What kind of progress have other states made?
We are making some progress in a number of places, but there's a lot more to be done. There's still, to be blunt, there are senior government officials, whether they're state or national, that are still ignoring this issue too much, in my view. And it's much like the adoption curve of technology. You have early adopters, you have fast followers, you have most people in the middle, and you have the laggards. It's as true in cybersecurity as anything else with technology adoption. And so one thing I've set aside, because again, I spend most of my time on Michigan issues, but on the national stage with the National Governors Association and other groups, is cyber is something that I have become active in. And to be open, we've created situations to hopefully get the attention of enough other governors that they're doing things, and some have done a great job of responding. Others probably need a little more motivation.
Yeah.
But that's relentless positive action. That's a little more relentless there. I'm going to stay on top of that one.
Okay, sir. We've got just a couple minutes left. Is there any parting comments that you'd like to make to our audience?
Well, this is great. Again, as I mentioned, I think it's wonderful you're here. This is a topic that you can stay in your own little silo very easily, whether it be a company, whether it be a department, whether it can be the university, whether it's the state government. If you're in the cyber field or you're doing cybersecurity, I bet you're already somewhat overworked already, to be blunt, because the demands are so much. But the only way we're really going to be prepared is by talking to one another and creating venues and forums to have that dialogue. And so what I encourage you to do is, this is a great event. I hope you do this on a regular basis. But I'd also, again, encourage you to come do homework on joining a cyber range event, participating in one of those exercises, encouraging people to look at potentially getting involved with the Civilian Cyber Corps, talking to your friends and neighbors. It's amazing. I still have that discussion in my family every so often, probably more with my wife than the kids, about passwords and things like that. It all makes a difference. And just think about the difference you can make in someone's life, even if it is helping one single individual understand it's time to change your password and it's time to use something other than your birthday for your password. These all make a difference. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. So when I first started working with you and your team back in 2010, I felt very fortunate to have a governor who understood cybersecurity issues better than any other non-technical leader that I'd ever worked with. And I feel very fortunate again that you've taken the time to come and talk with us, to emphasize how important this is and give us your insights. So thank you so much for coming, sir. Really appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, really appreciate it.
That's great, thank you. Good stuff.
I believe we have a short break now, right? Are you gonna... Go ahead.
Thank you for your time. Those of you who just joined us for that event, for having the governor here. We will have another short break here before we have our final panel discussion, and that'll take place in about 15 minutes.
Randy Hegarty. Randy is the Enterprise Security IT Manager and for the Chief Information Security Office at Penn State University. As many of you know, our fellow Big Ten school has been dealing with this advanced persistent threat and has probably had the opportunity to learn more about it than any other higher ed institution. So Randy is going to share some of those insights with us. He's been in the Penn State Security Office for 14 years, helping to build a proactive cybersecurity unit at Penn State. And he manages the teams who help protect and assist the university in improving its stance against cyber threats. Please welcome our panel. Each of our panelists is going to give an opening statement, and then after those opening statements, we'll open up the floor for questions from the audience and have a discussion of one or two panelists to address those questions. So we're going to start off first with Tom talking about FBI and cybersecurity.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, everybody, for coming here. As Don mentioned, my name is Tom Winterhalter. I actually supervise the cyber squad here in Detroit, which covers the entire state of Michigan. For the FBI, the word cyber for us are computer intrusions. Criminal, counterintelligence, counterterrorism, computer intrusions. Our current director right now, Jim Comey, he's actually been a very strong supporter of the cyber program, and he's spoken on many different facilities, many different events, and he actually has a very good grasp of cyber and the threat that we're dealing with, and he has a strong understanding of the fact that, you know, the reason why it's growing so much in leaps and bounds is because we really have ingrained and weaved it into every facet of our life. Whether it's putting the information out there, our children putting information out there, what you do, what you're planning to do, where you're going, when you're leaving, when you're gone. All of that information is something adversaries are using as far as to target you, to target the organizations you work for, you work in, or the schools that you attend. When you look at the priorities of the FBI, our first priority is obviously preventing another terrorist attack. Our second priority we look at is foreign intelligence operations and espionage. Our third priority, though, is where it kind of gets a little bit complicated. And I don't mean that literally, but you know, it's actually kind of figuratively complicated because when you look in the world of cyber, again, it's broken down into that same manner. Terrorism, counterintelligence, criminal. But it's also one of those that because we're seeing cyber and high technology being used within every criminal violation, every national security violation, my squad, personnel that I work with, and resources we leverage at headquarters are being pulled in and requested to assist with those other types of investigations. One of the other unique things that we have is, as the only U.S. agency charged with investigating both criminal and national security, that optic that we're allowed to now kind of look at all this intelligence and information that we're seeing and that we're sharing across the intelligence community and with private partners in academia, we're able to start seeing kind of a blurring of the lines. What used to be segmented within certain groups and nation states is now it's a commodity. It's for sale, or it's a commodity and a resource they're just looking to buy and purchase. So you have nation states purchasing from criminal organizations or acquiring information from criminal organizations and vice versa. You have criminal organizations purchasing information from nation states. The threat itself it's pretty multifaceted, whether it's the hacktivist that's looking for social or political agenda and motivation, to the criminal that's trying to profit, whether through extortion or just collecting information and selling it, all the way up to the warfare scenarios where you're starting to see nation states and organizations that are trying to conduct, you know, a physical impact using cyber technology, electronic technology, and then leveraging that for whatever military operations that they're planning to do or they intend to do. When you look at the anatomy of the attack, again, going back to us having all of our information out there on the internet and companies and organizations putting it out there. There's no reason not to put it out there because it's a benefit for your organization, but there's a reason to kind of be a little bit more cautious about what you're seeing as a result of having all that information. You know, ultimately the APT that a lot of us hear about or that a lot of us have dealt with in some cases, it's because so much of that information's been put out there. Adversaries, whether it's criminal or nation state or some other warfare kind of in mind, they're able to take that information, craft it in a fine manner, and at least kind of a directed manner, and use that to target your company, your organization, or you directly. The information is then exfiltrated, it's then kind of regurgitated, recirculated back in to where they maintain that presence on your network, and you can't, it's almost impossible to find some of them depending upon the security posture of your network. One of the concerning facts that we've seen is when you look at the median number of days an attacker is present on a network, 243 days. That's a long time for somebody to be playing around on a network to learn anything they ever want to about your network, your security posture, your security plans, exactly how your network is segmented, what your, the employees are like, collect some of the other additional information on it. But then they also have that presence on your network that they can start blending into the background and more or less hide in plain sight. They're able to start crafting information, escalate their privileges, and be able to start exfiltrating more and more information that's out there. Plus, because of the diversity and the global nature of a lot of our networks on it, it's becoming more and more difficult to really identify and find them. One of the other things that I tend to talk about whenever I do presentations is the risk equation. And this is something that really goes for every part of our life, whether it's figuring out what dorm you're going to live in, what house you're going to buy, what community you're going to live in, what schools you're going to send your kids to. All of these things, we at least kind of put a value to. And it's a lot of that we have to start doing the same thing with the information that you put out there, the information that you're exposing out there to the internet, to the public, to the community, to some adversary unknowingly by you. You have to start realizing that when you start putting all that information on social media about being at the game, heading down to, go to a friend's house, going out of town on vacation, going on spring break, going somewhere with your family. All of that information is then now used by an adversary to find ways to target you. Additionally, they're using that information to find out maybe, or to spoof or kind of falsify some of the emails and the phishing campaigns that we're starting to see because of the information that you've either put out there or your organization has put out there. Probably the biggest thing to look at as far as within the academic world is we've really seen as companies and civilians and regular citizens tend to secure some of their information, we're starting to see a lot more of the targeting within the academic world. And it's not necessarily that it's just now occurring, it's just that we're now starting to see the reporting, we're starting to see the intelligence that's indicating it's ongoing, it's been there, but it's also one of those that we're getting the academic environment to start kind of bringing in law enforcement in the community because we're seeing academia victimized. We're seeing a significant increase as far as in the student-faculty account takeovers, or at least trying to take them over. Several universities all across the state we've worked with because we've seen these large campaigns targeting them. And it's kind of humorous because you see some of these students using very simple passwords. There was actually a recent brute force attempt on one university, and I won't name which one, but it was people having their passwords still set as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and still compromising many, many accounts, tens of thousands of accounts at this university. We've also seen financial takeovers at some of the student accounts and faculty accounts. As you're working and you're getting paid, your information's out there and it's there, and they're able to compromise that information and reroute your paycheck, reroute some aid or some other money that you have or gain access to your bank account. Additionally, we've seen as far as the increase with a lot of stored PII and PHI, personally identifiable information and healthcare information. Having, obviously, U of M health system here is one of the big things, but even across all your universities, with having the health systems that are there, no matter how big or small, that information's there, and you have to start really, as a university and as a society, start realizing how are we protecting that information? Is it encrypted? Who has access to it? How are we controlling access to it? Probably one of the biggest concerns and something that we see that's a huge growth is the research across academia. Some of the best research is done in academia. I don't say that as, I can say some of the best research I believe is done at University of Michigan. I'm sure the fellow at the end might disagree and think Penn State might have some better research. I know some of you, there might be a Spartan out there that might think, some good stuff's going on up there in Lansing, but the key thing to look at is the way that you can file for those patents and that information. If an adversary, nation state or otherwise, gets that information, it's free. There was no charge. They didn't lose anything. Now, while the university may not see a direct impact, what you can see is a long-term impact. You start seeing these companies and organizations that come to you with the research projects, with those grants, that those companies are going out of business. And that's probably the long-term threat that we're most afraid of, is when you start seeing these companies going out of business because all of the research that they were, having all their bets on is gone. And it's now been recreated and reproduced somewhere overseas. As somebody who also went to the University of Michigan, I understand that it's always been a typical, and even all of academia, it's an open environment. It's all about research and openness and encouraging people to collaborate. But there's goes back to that risk equation. There's a concern, there's a vulnerability there that everybody needs to be aware of. And it kind of teeters on that. At what point in time do you start restricting access, and at what point in time do you let it stay open? You know, the non-standardized network devices. In some instances, there's, you know, certain programs, at least when I was here, that, you know, they can manage their own computer system. They can manage their own devices. So now all of a sudden you have kind of non-standard security postures as far as within that one that's not being enforced. You know, when we look at the response of the FBI, 56 field offices across the U.S., we have 75 legal attaché offices around the world. I was fortunate enough to spend 6 months overseas working with some of our foreign partners, not only to enhance U.S. investigations, but also enhance their investigations that connected into U.S. infrastructure. You know, the ways that we share information, whether it's through InfraGard, whether it's through our Internet Crimes Complaint Center, through SciWatch, which is our 24/7 watch center, which kind of keeps a pulse on what's going on in media. We've been around for over 100 years. I would think we're going to be around, you know, quite a bit more. But it's one of those that, you know, what can we do? We do the investigation. Having that optic to be able to look at everything, to be able to see the nation state, the classified information, to be able to see the criminal information, both domestic and abroad. We're able to start connecting the dots and putting all of those things together. Bringing all the national security concerns, but also working across different, you know, organizational, you know, entities and equities. Realizing that, you know, it's a puzzle that we're all putting together, and we need to work with, you know, Department of Homeland Security, Secret Service, Michigan State Police, local police, Ann Arbor PD, everybody across the world we need to work with, because we all have some little piece of it. And the criminals don't have to confine, or they don't have any restrictions like the Constitution to deal with. They get to move their information wherever they want. The things that we don't do, which just gets glorified a little bit in TV and media, you know, we don't take over the systems. It's a voluntary takeover. If a company wants us to come in and wants us to be able to go hands-on, it's an agreement between us and them that they get to terminate at any moment. But it's one of those that, you know, we can't repair the systems. We have that liability that if we recommend certain products and devices, we're liable if that product or device fails. But we can steer you in the right direction or nudge you in the right direction as far as on this is the way to go, but work amongst your peers in your community to deal with it. You know, we don't hold press announcements. If Ford got compromised, we don't go to GM and Chrysler and say, guess what happened down in Dearborn? You know, we don't do things as far as that would further victimize a victim. Probably one of the best things I had done to me, at least I should say, or at least that I saw when I was at headquarters, inside of the courtyard of the Hoover building is that first saying. And that's one that I think rings true as we continue to go forward. It's the whole of community, it's the whole of the people, it's the whole of law enforcement. But law enforcement can't do their job without the help of society. And society needs to share some of that information that they see. And conversely, we are finding ways to share our information back out. Even at the level of, you know, even having classified information. We've done a tremendous job in the past years of working to share that information. Our contact information with the FBI, it's there, but obviously calling down to any of the FBI offices spread throughout the state, the satellite offices and whatnot. You know, it sounds corny, might sound cheesy, but we are here to help. We're not here to take over. We have more than enough work to keep us busy that I don't need to collect much more, but you know, that's our job. With that, I will turn it over. Thank you.
Do you have slides, John?
Sorry. No, I don't have
Okay,
slides.
good.
No, probably should, but I don't. Military, we use slides too much. So, okay, first, thanks for inviting me. It's a real pleasure to be here. I was actually raised just down the street. I'll talk about that in a second. Quick disclaimer: although I'm in uniform, these are my views. They don't represent those of the Department of Defense, the Army Cyber Institute, West Point, any other government organization. I will say I collaborated in the sense that a lot of the information I'm providing today is from talking to those organizations and from knowing a little bit about their operations, their missions and such. So my purpose here really is to inform you about how DoD is responding to threats and how we're prepared to deter and defeat those threats. So I'll talk a little bit about that. The Army Cyber Institute, just real quickly, is a national resource. We're at the United States Military Academy at West Point, but we're a strategic resource for insight, advice, subject matter expertise, et cetera, on cyber matters. We're a fairly new organization. So as I mentioned, I'm from Toledo. My dad went to that university down south, graduated ROTC, went off to Vietnam. So he would roll in his grave today if I didn't do this. So I was raised a nut, a Buckeye nut. So I got to start off here. Okay. So hold on. There is some upside. This will be short, and there is upside for Michigan fans. So yesterday, Back to the Future Day, right? So there was one scene that you all missed. I think the outtake, it's not on the CD or anything, but imagine the scene, the Ohio State University, defending national champions, undefeated, ranked #1 with a winning streak to be proud of, and a new Michigan coach. Was that 2015? That was actually 1969. And that was one of the biggest upsets ever. Michigan defeated Ohio State. So Michigan fans, all is not lost. And I can feel your pain because I went to West Point and we've lost 12 or 13 in a row to Navy. So there is an upside. And I was actually rooting for you last week. I couldn't believe what happened. I know you couldn't either. But all is not lost. So that's all aside. Dad, that was for you. Okay, so since my colleagues are going to talk more about specific threats, since the military, really, we're seeing a lot of the same threats. So I'm not going to get into too much detail on that. Again, I'm going to focus on how we defend our networks and what we do. So I'm going to focus on our new DoD strategy that came out this year, Department of Defense Strategy for Cyberspace, and a new initiative called the DoD Cyber Culture and Compliance Initiative, or DC3I. So a couple of comments on the threat. So we're under constant attack. You know, we're in constant contact with an agile learning adversary in cyberspace who's shown a willingness to attack soft targets. So think of Sands Casino, Sony, other soft targets like those. They're aggressive, adaptive, near-term competitors in this domain. And who are they? I think we've talked about them earlier today, and we'll talk about them here. Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, and then non-state organizations like ISIL and others. So what makes it challenging is that they don't follow our rules. They don't share the same norms with us. So that's a big strategy for the United States, is trying to promulgate norms and work with other countries that share those norms. And I was in a panel last month where a State Department representative said, the norms aren't, it's not that we're trying to change China's norms directly, we're trying to change the rest of the world's norms so that there's more influence on countries like China. What makes it difficult too is that there's a low cost of entry into this type of warfare. So offense continues to outpace defense. Recently at an event just this week, a Wall Street Journal event, Apple CEO and the NSA director and commander of U.S. Cyber Command held a panel discussion, and the commander's top 3 security concerns that he stated were cyber attacks to do infrastructure damage, so critical infrastructure, key resources, data manipulation, going to what the governor said, integrity, and then non-state actors weaponizing the internet. In order for us to get ahead of these threats, we have to have a resourced, trained, and ready force. The U.S. Cyber Command at Fort Meade, Maryland, they're the lead organization when it comes to operationalizing cyber and conducting operations. All the services now have supporting commands to that, so there's an Army Cyber Command, Air Force, et cetera. And then there are also operational commands that I'll mention in just a moment. When I talk about operations in cyberspace, these organizations really are at the national strategic level. So they're looking at those countries that I mentioned and threats that would affect us as a nation. But each of those services are also trying to figure out how do we conduct cyber operations within our own service for our own needs. So for example, how does a maneuver unit on the battlefield, like a brigade combat team, how do they maneuver on the battlefield and employ cyber capabilities? That's something we're all trying to figure out right now. So the service commands are responsible for protecting not only their networks, well, really their portion of the Department of Defense networks, but also conducting operations in general in support of cybercom. And so they all kind of share the common mission of, first and foremost, defending our own networks, so protecting the DoD networks. And then second, deterring and defeating any threats to our way of life, to our critical infrastructure, and to our interest. And then supporting the achievement of joint force commanders. So for example, Central Command, European Command, those commanders have objectives around the world. And so one mission of cyber forces is to support those maneuver commanders. They may operate in a kinetic world, but I don't think we're ever going to see warfare in the future without a cyber element to it. So DoD has a new strategy. They had an old one that didn't mention the word offense. Okay, we've gotten past that, and now we talk about offense openly. So this new strategy, that's one of the many changes, just came out this year, and there are 5 goals. I'm going to briefly go through them. The first one, probably the most important, is building and maintaining ready forces. So I mentioned that a little bit earlier. The teams are called cyber mission forces. So across the U.S., we have 133 teams that we're building. When I say we, I'm speaking for the Department of Defense in that sense. It's 6,200 people It's military and civilians. And these are really the tip of the spear cyber operators, again, focused at the national level, conducting all those missions, defending, attacking, doing whatever is required according to operational plans. The build of these forces is on track. It's not complete. We actually started it 3 years ago. But the demand for cyber forces outstrips supply. I think that's probably true for everybody. You just don't have enough Schlitz when it comes to defeating these attacks. But the key point is that they're achieving operational outcomes today. So we're not just focused on building these teams. We're building teams and we're operating. All these commands, U.S. Cyber Command, Army Cyber, and the other service commands, conduct operations and exercises on a routine basis. We've established some regional commands or some service commands that conduct certain operations. One is the Cyber National Mission Force. They report directly to NSA. I'm sorry, to Cyber Command. I'm glad I said that, actually. That's not a Freudian slip. So just to make sure everyone understands, and if you were here earlier and saw me respond to the issue of privacy, the National Security Agency is a separate organization from the United States Cyber Command. There is the same commander. They have one boss, but besides that, they're split apart and they are separate. They have different authorities, which is important. There's also a Joint Force Headquarters for Defending DoD Networks. It's called Joint Force Headquarters DODIN, conveniently right across the base at Fort Meade at Defense Information System Agency. And then each of the services has their own Joint Force Headquarters for cyber. And those provide command and control of the cyber mission force teams that are around the country. So goal 2 is defending our networks, defending DoD networks, securing the data, and mitigating the risks. And in that sense, Cybercom and the other organizations that I mentioned, they operate and defend those networks across the DoD. And that's our top priority, as I mentioned. Goal 3, being prepared to defend the U.S. homeland and U.S. vital interests from disruptive and destructive cyber attacks of significant consequence. And that's something we've seen the change over the past 5 years, is going from disruptive towards destructive. And in that sense, we're not taking the lead in that. Just as Tom was saying, we're not showing up and saying to the FBI, this is ours. It's not like in the movies where Cybercom walks in and says, step back, we've got this. This is working with our partners, DOJ, FBI, DHS. It's similar to what, if you're familiar with U.S. Northern Command, when requested and when directed, then we'll support operations. There's a lot of interagency cooperation. I know some of us have seen this in the past, but all within the laws of the land. That's important to know. Goal 4 is building and maintaining viable cyber options. And what that really means is that we're not just happy with defending our networks and conducting operations. We need to make sure that we're pushing the envelope, again, within our authorities and providing options to the president and to our operational commanders so that they can integrate cyber plans and cyber effects into their operations. So that applies to, for example, conflict in Afghanistan and really all around the world. And that requires a lot of collaboration with the intelligence community. First of all, to improve indications and warning, and to ensure that we have good attribution, as we've talked about a few times today. Goal 5, and the last one, is building and maintaining robust international alliances and partnerships. Now, that's not just international. I will say there's also partnerships in general throughout that. So there's a new program in the Department of Defense called the Defense Innovation Unit Experimental, DIUX. We love our acronyms. So DIUX, the vision there is really to collaborate with industry and academia. So unfortunately, the first instance of this is Silicon Valley, which kind of makes sense. Also probably one of the toughest crowds for the Department of Defense to work with, really because of the trust issue. DHS is also doing this. I know that FBI has done a great job with the field offices, and I would say they're already pretty integrated around the country. But that's a new initiative that came out of this strategy. But we also work with our NATO partners, our Five Eyes, the English-speaking countries, and then the strategy puts an emphasis on Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. So the strategy addresses the technical upgrades and the cyber organizational changes that are needed, but it doesn't address an important thing that I think we've talked about a few times today, and that's individual responsibilities to protect our networks. So just the end of last month, I believe it was the last day before General Dempsey retired as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he signed into this new DoD cyber culture and compliance initiative. And really what that looks at is that's trying to improve individual human performance and accountability in support of the overall DoD strategy. So despite a number of improvements we've made, not only in organizations but with technology, we get owned, just like a lot of other people do, a lot of other organizations. It happens. But roughly 80% of those incidents can be traced to 3 factors, and they all revolve around people. Poor user practices, poor network and data management practices, and poor implementation of network architecture. So this initiative affects everyone in the DoD enterprise, not just those in uniform. So it's all the way from anybody who touches the DoD enterprise architecture, whether your job is supply or it's a cyber operator, it doesn't matter. This is going to affect everybody. So just imagine, if you will, for a moment, chancellor of the university, the governor, or someone saying, we've really got to focus on you because you're the problem. And we're going to give you a lot of fun training. I like, when he talked about his training, I'd like to see that training because we've not got there yet in Department of Defense. But this initiative is actually going towards that. How can we improve the training, make it realistic, and not make it just another checkbox? So more training, more education, more inspections, which nobody likes, but in the military we're kind of used to that, and additional reporting. So a lot more discipline will go into this, and it's really borrowing from other areas of the military that require high levels of personnel reliability. For example, the Naval Nuclear Program and the military, all the services have aircraft safety programs. So there's a lot of discipline that goes into those programs. And we do this in regular military life anyway. There's discipline built into everything. If you accidentally fire your weapon, you're going to get in trouble. Well, in the cyber domain, we haven't figured out what's really severe. You look at the equation. What's the consequence? Is that what we're basing punishment on? But there will be more consequences in the future, and that's all part of this initiative. There are other initiatives that have already been ongoing in the services. For example, the U.S. Navy has this thing called Task Force Cyber Awakening, and the Air Force has Task Force Cyber Secure. Now, we don't have a name in the Army, unfortunately. Maybe that's how I'll make general. I'll come up with a name, and everyone will know it. But we are making progress in a number of areas. So first of all, establishing an Army command and getting control of our networks, and that's Army Cyber Command and 2nd Army. We also have the Joint Force Headquarters, and we're building these cyber mission teams and actually conducting operations. We also established a Cyber Center of Excellence down at Fort Gordon, Georgia. They're responsible for everything but operations when it comes to cyber in the military, so cyber in the Army. So the doctrine, the organization, the training, all the things you need to support those operations. And then a new cyber school and a new cyber branch. The Army is the only branch of the service right now that actually has a branch specified career progression track for cyber officers. We established the Army Cyber Institute at West Point, where I work. And we're standing up the Army component to this new Defense Innovation Unit experimental in Silicon Valley. And the last thing is that we're developing an Army cyberspace strategy. We already have a DoD strategy, and again, the other services have theirs, so we have to have an Army strategy. And it will be the best once we write it. We actually have a draft out there. I was involved in the draft, and it's pretty good, I promise. So in conclusion, if we could all travel into the future with Marty McFly, we would see a military defending the nation just as it does in the other domains, to ensure an open, secure, interoperable, and reliable internet that enables prosperity, public safety, and the free flow of commerce and ideas. In other words, defending core American values. We would also see an Ohio State University coach going for a 2-point conversion when the Buckeyes are up by 3 or 4 touchdowns. That's the warrior mentality. I expect nothing less. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Get to hold a microphone this time. I don't usually have to hold them. So I'm Jen Miller Osborne. I am the only vendor on the panel, but you don't need to worry. I'm an actual analyst. I am not a salesperson, so this is not going to turn into some sort of like crazy sales pitch. Obviously, I think we do a good job, otherwise I wouldn't work here, but I'm not going to belabor that point. They both hit on a lot of the things I would normally have covered as well, so I'll probably be pretty brief. One of the things I've noticed, especially when I talk to a lot of researchers or college students, is they don't necessarily view themselves as big of a target as they are. I think everyone kind of gets the whole crimeware thing, and that they go after pretty much everybody because they want your PII, they want your credit card information, they turn around and they sell that, and that makes them a ton of money all the time. And obviously everyone here is a target for that, and university networks would be a big target for that sort of activity as well. But from a nation-state perspective, universities are also a really big target. Both the students themselves, and that can be just because of what you're studying, what sort of research you're working on. You look at things like the OPM breach, and they are targeting people in the government, and what they do, well, they target college students for the exact same thing, and professors too. And it makes perfect sense. You're working on research that they want and they can turn around and use, or they might try and contact you at some point later, you know, send you an email with, I used to get a bunch of resumes or like internship requests, and half the time it was malware. And that they do target people just like everyone in this room just for those reasons. They want access to the kind of data that you have, and it's the easiest way for them to get it, and it's the most painless and cheap. They don't have a person in country. No one's trying to do anything physically. They don't lose anything if, for whatever reason, you don't open that file. But they gain everything if you do. So it's just simple. Another aspect of the schools that a lot of people don't really realize or touch on is they actually compromise a lot of university networks to then use them to hide their activity. So they'll turn around and run operations from University of Michigan, so everything they're sending out, or even the malware where it's calling back to, if you have people that are actually seeing it and doing the research, it looks legitimate. It'll come from an actual University of Michigan email address because it's compromised. It'll beacon back to an actual server at the University of Michigan because that's also compromised. And that helps them quite a bit in their activities to try to get further and to compromise other people, because now they're exploiting all the trust relationships both you and the university have. Someone is much more likely to open that goofy resume attachment if it's coming from someone they know. Whether or not the person actually sent it is kind of immaterial at that point. I'm trying to think if we missed any of the other things. Those were the two main points that I really wanted to highlight, because that tends to be where I usually get a lot of questions and confusion, particularly around the researching and the people perspective. And some of these are things that they'll keep for years. Like there's arguments all the time, they joke about the OPM where now they have a roster of everybody. Well, they've got the same kind of list of all of the people that are researching subjects in the states that they're interested in. I mean, realistically, there's just dossiers on people that they find interesting. So you need to really be aware of that, and you need to be aware of who you're talking to and what you're saying, as we're pointing out, like the kind of information that you put out there. They regularly scrape websites looking for contact information, and then they turn around and they use that to target you. So how much do you have out there for your work email and your activities and things that you like to do? Because odds are, if you work in any sort of field that they're interested in, they're going to scrape that from a website and either use it to target you or use it to target someone else that you have a relationship with. Happens all the time. And that includes your Gmail accounts and personal things too. They'll use things like, oh, hey, you're into soccer? Your kids are in soccer? Well, then they'll maybe some other people that you know or work with or that have similar fields, their kids are on the same soccer team. Well, then you can send an attachment that looks like it's coming from the soccer organization for an upcoming match or something like that. And of course you're going to open it because it's related to whatever your kids are doing. And in actuality, it's not. They're just trying to get in your email. So you really need to be aware of all those things and just have a good, have a good perspective that you are a target and people are interested in the things that they can get access to through you, not just via a credit card or a bank account. And while those are painful when the crimeware things happen, this is much more long-term, and then it's not just about you. It's, you know, a program at the university losing 10 years of research. That can never be recreated. It's that research being compromised. They get in and they change a couple of the important components or variables to it. I mean, what are the odds, what kind of security is in place where that would even be noticed? Like maybe when the research comes to fruition and it fails, well, that might be another 5, 10 years down the road. And at that point, it's all been wasted time. So I'm sure we'll get into some more of this as the panel goes on, but those were just a couple of things that I wanted to highlight. That are things that I see not quite every day, but very easily every month, at least, happening to various universities, and not just in the States, overseas as well. So it really is a big target vector for what are considered more advanced threats.
Thanks. So, so I'm Randy Haggerty from Penn State. I have an obligatory message that my views are mine and not those of Penn State, similar to John here. But what I wanted to do today is just come here, kind of tell a story, reinforce a lot of what you've heard already today, talk about some data, some thoughts, and things to think about as you go forward. Dawn and I met at the CIC, Committee on Institutional Collaboration, or is that right? Cooperation. I always get that wrong. And a security working group there, where a lot of CIOs from a lot of research institutions come to share war stories, problems, issues. I shared our story with that group, and Don, it piqued his interest, although it's piqued a lot of people's interest across the country. So I'll just start with our story, and it revolves around the College of Engineering. It began around November 21st last year. We were notified by the FBI of a APT, likely within the college, and so we took notice of that. It was right before Thanksgiving, so immediately we went out and we connected with some third-party vendors. Throughout the time, we worked with Dell SecureWorks and Mandiant Corporation to help us through this. I heard earlier, I think John Townsend said, he mentioned an unprecedented threat and an unprecedented response. And basically, that's where our institution took this, because it was of deep concern. So we started and we dug into it some. We found several APTs from different threat actors. One was known. Dozens of pieces of malware were found. Multiple systems were found compromised. And there were evidence of sleepers, backdoors, and all kinds of things to keep a foothold in if they were exposed. One thing I did want to mention, if you're really interested in APTs, this article from Mandiant, it's APT1. It's available widely on the web. It's really worth a read. It describes the China threat and against APT1 and basically the military threat there. That was not the same APT that we had within our environment, but or APTs. But it is one to read, and it's really interesting. It gives you a real good background on APTs. It'll help dramatically increase your knowledge of that. We spent 6 months probably working through this problem. Partway through, we knew we were going to have to basically reset a lot of the College of Engineering to be sure that we had extracted the threat actors to the best of our ability, at least. And we understood that they would try to come back. So we had to have some increase in security across that network and across all of those areas. You heard earlier a lot of people talking about second factor on different systems. That's a really important point, right? You should really look at that. You should be looking at that for your especially your root and administrative privileges that are out there. Active Directory is a very big target. VPNs are a very big target. You want to look at those. You want to be sure you secure them as best you can. So throughout the 6 months, we really had very active participation by our senior management. We created a CERT team within the security group, which included the third-party vendors, and we basically went over every item that we found. We sent things out for forensics analysis to the third parties, and they went through it, looked for malware, looked for backdoors, looked for problems. We really had no evidence that data was lost, but we knew that they had access. They had definitely accounted for user accounts and passwords within a lot of areas, and we did a reset on the college for those. We did a rebuild of some of the Active Directory parts, and really went after a lot of things that we knew they had access to. Let's see. We met with legal, we met with a lot. We met with the communications team. We spent a lot of time with the College of Engineering staff, since we are very distributed, probably not unlike Michigan, I don't know. But we implemented second factor, multi-factor authentication for the VPN in engineering. for privileged access accounts and for some users that had those privileges, creating bastion hosts or jump servers, as we call them, to allow access to specific things when we created the new kind of look to the network. I think during the time we really felt that the attack was against intellectual property. That's where we focused a lot of our attentions, and you know, whether or not that was true or not, it appeared that way, and I believe that we were in the right space there. So basically, throughout that time and into the May timeframe when we made our announcement, we worked towards refreshing that environment just to create a better and safer stance for that network. About May 15th, I believe it was May 15th, it was a Friday, noontime, we basically took down the entire College of Engineering, cleaned up what we knew were problem areas, and worked throughout the weekend, reopened the college on Monday with a fresh environment and new security stance. So are we concerned? Yes. I mean, I think we're still concerned. We still monitor very dramatically. During the open time, during those 6 months, we were also concerned with lateral spread. That was mentioned today several times. Those issues are real, right? We know that, you know, APTs are I guess one of the main things that, you know, you should think about is, I know that people have been like, you know, is this real, or is this just perceived, right? It's real, right? We've seen it in multiple colleges. The University of Virginia, I think, most recently had an APT attack against them. They went through a similar process with Mandiant, actually. And, you know, Grady Summers was at our security event last week. We just had him in. He basically was talking about that scale, that upward tick of APTs within the higher ed environments, right? That actually, he described it as kind of leveling off to some extent, but it's still 205 days. That is the mean time for how long an APT might remain in an environment. That has come down. That's still a mean time, right? That still doesn't mean that it couldn't be in there longer. Ours actually began in 2012. That's the earliest detected point we saw it. So it lasted quite some time before actual detection was presented to us, and that really came from the FBI helping us out. And we worked with our local FBI directly on that. So, let's see. So we know that. So we know it's in all industries. Aerospace, financial, education now is really a prime target. If you look at the stats, they show that. They show that education is rising. You know, and we're pretty good. We're pretty good meat for them, right? There's a lot of data that we all hold. All the Research One institutions hold, and all research institutions across the nation hold. We need to watch that. We need to be careful with that data, and we need to be better at protecting it. I heard earlier, I think it was Ari, really, he hit some of the points that I would say are really key, right? And then some. Right? So second factor authentication, I already mentioned. Secure administrative accounts and root accounts better. That means monitoring, logging, checking, making that more difficult at least, to get to those accounts and not just have them out there. Educating your users, your IT better, your business units better, have everybody have a better understanding of what kind of threat we're up against. Refreshing and renewing computer network expectations, so like your logging, maybe it's at its place where it needs to be, but we found that going into these networks, different places, there were lacking in some areas, right? So we had to improve that on the fly. Those are things you want to get ahead of, right? Patching systems, somebody mentioned patching systems. That's huge, right? That's a big hole for all of us. Vulnerabilities out there exist, and they can be patched. They just have to be looked at. You know, you just have to go out and do the work. Sometimes that's difficult. Sometimes you have to mitigate those patches, but you have to address them. You can't just ignore them. Creating a response plan, that's really important, right? Creating a response plan and being able to test that response plan. I mean, quite honestly, we had difficulty gearing up for something this large, right? We weren't really prepared for it. We've done many threats and many compromises and worked through this, but an APT is a little different. There's a lot to it. There's a lot of intense work you have to do to extract that out of your networks if you get it. Monitoring was another one. I mentioned it before, but I'll mention it again because monitoring is really where you can find out about these ahead, right? So, and then backup and disaster recovery. Somebody mentioned Sony's attack. That happened during our attack, right? That was happening in December into January timeframe. We had to share a little bit of Mandiant's time with that, right? So they had challenges across the nation, and they still exist. So I guess with that, I'll finish up and just say, watch your back.
Thank you. Thank you all to all of our panelists. Yeah, the most recent, I think it was Verizon report showed the education sector is the third most victimized sector in the country for cyber attacks. So it is real. It is happening. So we're at the point now where we'll take audience questions. So please line up. You have won the race. The first microphone. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm a pen tester right now with a major company, Spider Labs, if any of you know it. And someone talked about APTs, and it's definitely not a new thing. It's just a new name for hackers, but we've been around forever and doing the same thing that APTs are doing now. It's definitely real. It's just more of a fancy term, but definitely real. And it's something I do every day. And a lot of the things you talked about, like two-factor auth, is good. It's just I didn't hear anyone talk about red team, and I think that I don't know if this is going on, but definitely red team exercises are important. You can have all the defense you want, but if you're not thinking like a hacker, if you don't have people that do think like criminals like me, or others like me, you're missing out on a huge important aspect. That is, how do I break an existing system? So my question is, how, for example, is the government, FBI, military dealing with someone like me who thinks, hey, they have two-factor auth, I'll just pop the two-factor auth box, make that box my own, add my own key, and then now two-factor auth is pointless because I already hacked that box. Same thing with antivirus boxes. One of my favorite pivot points is an antivirus box. You can segment your network, but people are lazy. Antivirus boxes generally touch every network. I'll just hack the box and pivot through the easy way. So in terms of red team exercises, what kind of red team exercises is the government, military, FBI, academia especially, because you guys are kind of terrible in terms of resisting change. Doing pen tests on academic institutions is really tough. They tend to resist a lot, mostly because their faculty is even more resistant. IT guys in academic institutions are really under the gun because their customers, their faculty tend to push back hard on changing passwords once every 10 years.
So I think your question is what kind of pen testing is normally done in each sector. So Randy,
So we do pen testing. A lot of it is against sensitive targets like PCI environments where you need to do that. I would say academically probably needs to improve in that in our spaces. I don't think there's anybody who would disagree with that. I think pen testing is definitely an area where you can improve.
And Jen, do you, as an analyst, the benefits of pen testing, or how does that kind of fit into the scheme?
It's really important. I used to actually do red team work for the government, and I can't go far into that, but they do have red teams. I've also done white teams, so I've done exercise design as well. For us, we actually pen test and red team all of our own products. It's not meant to be like a shout out or anything, but we do. We actually do that ourselves, and we do with an outside firm that we'll contract with to go over them as well. Because that's a huge thing, right? Because as someone who does this, when you think that way, one of the first things is, well, what can I do to get into this? And then you need to find everything and get rid of it. For some of your specific comments, one of the most effective things I've seen, especially for people who are actually good and know what they're doing, is endpoint monitoring, effective endpoint monitoring. If someone's always going to get in, at the end of the day, if someone really wants into your network, they're getting into your network. Like, end of story, they'll find a way in, or they really will. But there's only so many ways to move around once you're in a network. So if you can do effective endpoint censoring, that's when you can at least detect them once they start trying to move laterally and once they start trying to escalate privileges and download hashes and kind of move around in those other directions. It's not the most cheerful answer, but that's what I've seen to be the most effective to really detect it once they've managed to get in.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, what I wanted to say was that, so I mentioned those cyber mission forces. There are 3 different types of teams in there. One of the teams is called cyber protection teams. And so they're taking pen testing to a new level within the military. We've already had a lot of help from organizations like DISA and NSA, but definitely taking a hard look at that. Those initiatives I mentioned, Task Force Cyber Awakening and Task Force Cyber Secure, kind of the linchpin of those is vulnerabilities within our platforms. So how do we identify those? A lot of work needs to be done in that area, though, with acquisition, research, and development organizations, federal labs, et cetera. Matter of fact, tomorrow I'm going to TARDEC right here in Sterling Heights, or Warren, Michigan. And then, of course, I didn't hear all of what you were saying, but when it comes down to it, we want to hire guys like you before you get arrested by guys like him.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, my original question was kind of similar to his, so I'm going to tweak it a little bit. Could you maybe talk about, we have a lot of software that we develop here at the university that has a very wide attack surface because we have to make it easy for people to get to it from wherever they are. And you guys talked a lot about passwords and some of the challenges there. What can we do to encourage some of the emerging standards like Squirrel? I don't know if you're familiar with SQRL, but some of the non-password security mechanisms that are emerging that might help us defeat some of these issues.
Take that. Go ahead, Jen.
Well, fingerprints are out for a lot of us since, according to the news, the nation states have them apparently. That's been a really interesting field. I've tried to follow a bit. One of them is fingerprints, which has been interesting, and I think we've all seen that has some issues, and there have been some ways to compromise it. There's been some work with iris scanning, which has also been interesting. That I think has some cool potential if they can actually get it to a point where you can have just like something on a laptop or like a phone. Ultimately, I think it's going to end up coming down to the fact that even with those different authentication methods, they're still based on software, just like when you're putting a password in. And there's going to end up being ways where people that are hackers are just going to find vulnerabilities in the software to manipulate that as well, to trick it into thinking whatever it's seeing, if you even are giving anything at all, is actually going to be accurate.
And I'll actually respond to the one question. Certainly the university does have a large attack surface, and by nature of our mission, we want people to develop software and make it widely available. In terms of helping that, one of the things that we're trying to do is develop actionable standards based on the type of information that's going to be stored in that program, provide those actionable standards, and then also we're looking to buy some tools that can help. There's a lot of automated tools that can help you do more secure coding. And the governor mentioned Merit. One of the things that we'd like to be able to do is bring some secure coding classes onto the campus that Merit has been able to offer to the wider community. So there's a number of things that we want to do. We don't always have the funding for everything, but we are working along those lines. So let's see, let's go back over to this side.
Good afternoon. I have a question for you. One of the challenges that we face in the academic environment is that we don't really have all of our eggs in one basket anymore. Our data is scattered out all around the globe, literally, on platforms that aren't even standardized, that we might not even be able to put endpoint protection in. So how do you tackle something like that?
Okay. Go ahead, Randy.
That's hard. I mean, we face the same problems, right? We face the Amazon Web Services, we face Box, we face multiple different kinds of things. I think what you need to do is consider what kind of, I mean, it's really a risk business analysis, and some of it's based on sensitivity of that data, categorization of that data. Helen Patton at Ohio State, she's the CISO there, basically developed a very good risk program for them. And it surrounds some of that understanding of where to put data, when it should be placed, when it should be held back, and how it should be secured. I mean, I think you just have to take it bit by bit and find those areas where you might keep that data more securely and when you should keep it more securely. So I don't know if anybody's going to have an answer to that, but it's really about protection of sensitive data and then really considering how that should be done. Maybe through, we do some of it through contracts, right? If we contract with different places, we consider what kind of data should be stored there. And if we can get a BAA for them or we can do something else, we do that. But I don't know. Anybody else?
I just want to add, so the former commander of U.S. Cyber Command was General Alexander, and he mentioned a similar problem that the Department of Defense has about 15,000 networks, and give or take, I don't know, 3 or 4 million users of the networks. Granted, they have a lot of resources, as was mentioned earlier, put a lot of emphasis into that. But one thing they looked at doing was, across the board, you have IT, a lot of sysadmins in the military, and what he wanted to do was do a lot of centralizing of that and recoding people so that they're not just focused on sysadmin. They taking a mentality of going across the spectrum of things that could happen in their network. So increasing training, increasing responsibilities, but also trying to make their job a little bit easier and come up with a defensible architecture. So that's a big thing in the Department of Defense has been moving towards this thing called unified platform. So you have to look at what are the crown jewels of the organization. Is the architecture defensible, and if not, how do we make it more defensible? And then how do you train your people to defend that architecture?
Yeah, and just to even add to that, I mean, obviously the risk assessment is key, but it's also one of our experiences we've seen is it's the education part of it. You know, it sounds kind of funny saying that to academia, but it's getting those departments and groups within the university to understand the threat and what people are seeing, and having somebody actually kind of take a perspective, or at least a look at the organization and realize this is that crown jewel within that organization. Let's make sure we're implementing the right security and working within the security services within the university. But a lot of it really comes back to just making everybody aware and educating everybody as far as what the threat is. You know, you can't just keep it in the security personnel in the university without telling, you know, the engineering department, you know, the medical groups, you know, any of the, you know, College of Art, Science, and Literature, telling them as far as what the threat really is that's out there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I had a sort of a two-part question, but one is the complexity of the organizations that mount some of the bigger attacks is pretty astounding, and I just wondered if can organizations that big exist without some kind of government protection? And kind of secondly, around the financials, what do you think of the future of Bitcoin?
So the first question was around the size and complexity of the cyber actors. Can they exist without national, at least tacit support? And then the second question was on Bitcoin.
I think everybody's looking at me for this one. Obviously, I can't go into a lot of the information regarding the government support or government control as far as on some of those groups because of the sensitive classified nature of some of those. But when you look at the indictment of the 5 PLA officers out of Pittsburgh last year, when you look at the Mandiant report, when you look at the CrowdStrike report, you see some overlap, especially with like the Mandiant report and the indictment, but really at the end of the day, you start looking at those groups and organizations, and that's the inference that's made. That inference is made, and I'll preface it again, this is me, not the FBI. this is the common way of, as far as reviewing a lot of those documents that a lot of people have interpreted. It's the inference that there is a government support. You know, when you look at documents that are out there, the Chinese 16-character policy that was put out, I think, by GAO.gov, and it's a open source document, it discusses China actually compromising and using these types of activities to benefit the military. So it's there, it's been proven time and time again, but it's one of those that it's a very challenging task. The indictment of the 5 PLA officers out of Pittsburgh was a tremendous undertaking within the intelligence community and the law enforcement community because of the political ramifications of putting that information that's out there. Second part was?
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin is not going away. It is a very common way of payment for services that we see across the entire underground community and the criminal community. I'll be honest, I have not seen a whole lot of that within the nation-state community, but it is definitely a way of paying for services that makes it harder and harder for us to track and keep, kind of keep tabs on.
Anyone else want to comment on that? I think we have a long history, even in this country, of criminal enterprises hiding behind legitimate businesses. And I think we see some of that overseas, and that some of these cyber criminal gangs might look an awful lot like a high-tech Silicon Valley kind of headquarters, except they're in a different country, and their ethics are hopefully a bit, they're a little bit different. And then, of course, as Tom said, I think it's pretty clear a lot of these nations have published doctrine saying that they are, in fact, going to do this kind of thing. It shouldn't be a surprise when they do. Right.
Today we've had a little bit of an underlying theme of what are we going to do about the 50 passwords that we have to carry each day for just about everybody in the room. You've mentioned that fingerprinting has got some underlying flaws to it as well. But we've moved into doing some things like biometrics, facial recognition, voice recognition, retinal scans. One of the other things was the RFID chipping that was done as a test platform at the infancy of Obamacare with some public outrage and backlash as far as that went. But I was kind of wondering what you guys' thoughts are, if you can give any personal or industry insights on what you think we might be moving to for the future of login security.
All right, Tom's reaching first.
There's got to be a way to make it more secure, and it's definitely one of those that it obviously, when you start looking as far as the rights of citizens and you start looking at at what point does it look like it's infringing upon that, but it's got to be the acceptance by people. I mean, you can draw some correlations when you start looking at gun rights and then the, birth control, a lot pro-life, pro-choice. It really comes down to, as a person, as an individual, you have the decision ultimately at this point in time to decide how far you want to go. When you look at, as far as, with credit cards, magnetic stripe, we've been victimized here in the U.S. tremendously over and over and over again because we have the lowest level of security for our credit cards and debit cards. Yet, even as we employ, chip and sign technology here in the U.S., there are already ways to actually recreate those credit cards and recreate the chip on it. So once it gets employed, it's going to get compromised rather. It's more challenging for the criminal adversary or the nation state, but it's still going to be there. It's which OS is more secure, Windows, Mac, or Linux. I mean, you can find, people that can crack one of them quicker than they can crack the other. So it's just one of those that it's the lowest hanging fruit that they're going after. And it's definitely one that, my job isn't really as the FBI, and the FBI's job isn't to implement any of those standards, fortunately. Our job is to investigate when somebody's a victim.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, Edward Vilmetti. I have some questions for all of you regarding communications during a crisis. Several of you have been through events where it's been important to communicate with the public or with your community on issues regarding a cyber event, whether that be something that's come up suddenly that people need to react to quickly, or whether that's something like the APT threat at Penn State that's come over time. And, I'd love to hear any insight as to how to communicate some of these fairly complicated questions and maybe difficult to explain things that people would need to do in a crisis situation.
Sure. Randy?
Well, we've done that. I would say you need to gather the right kinds of people together first. You need a legal department there, and we did staff up our legal, as well as communications. You need to pull in the right technical people to understand the problem. We were very open about ours. It's pretty much public. There may be a few things that were held back just to protect, you know, the issues at hand and to protect the future. But they were very open about it. Our president put a message out that was assisted by Mandy and the lawyers and the communications team to help him put that message out. We held press conferences. A lot of that was built up over time. So the last several months, or the last couple months anyway, they created what the message would be and how it should be portrayed. And it was held back until the event occurred, mostly because of what happened to Sony. And there was some concern that, you know, a complete wipe could happen, right? So there was no real intention to like hide anything. It was really very open, but they wanted to be protective as well. So I would say you need to gather the right kinds of people together that can answer what the public would expect to hear from an event like an APT or against, you know, like for us, the College of Engineering. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for the analyst and anybody else that could offer some input. What are some security measures that individual university researchers can take, being they are pretty much dependent on the systems that are put in place at their university?
That's a good question. I would say trying to be aware of the various security policies and procedures and things that are actually in place. You understand kind of what they cover and maybe a little more what they don't. A big component of just personal security is awareness of your own footprint online, and that includes LinkedIn and Facebook, and even like what just the university website and the kind of data that's out there. And a good, since it's used forever and ever and ever, but spearphishing really is the main way a lot of the groups, even the advanced ones, go after people, just having a good awareness of what a spearfish looks like. And that can be sometimes really obvious, and sometimes they're actually really, really well done. So that involves a higher level of understanding, and there's classes for it. We've talked a lot about user education, and some of it I realize people are frustrated when it's like, well, check the header information on the email. And I realize not everyone really wants to do that, but that's a really great way to look and see, is this legitimate or not? And it looks complicated, it's really not that hard to figure out. I could actually sit down later and explain to some people if you're interested or point you to some resources online. But that's the #1 vector you're largely going to see, and it's unless they're actually sending it from a legitimate account and things like that, then it becomes harder. And at that point, if you don't want to open executables, you can always just run them somewhere and see if they're malware. Like, go to VirusTotal and submit them. If you have an actual security team, that should be where you send it, forward it to them and say, hey, can you check this for me? Things like that. It's a bit of a hassle because it does take some extra time and some extra work. But at the end of the day, the more you get used to doing it, the more you're used to looking for some of these things, it becomes just kind of essentially muscle memory. It becomes pretty quick. And that's really the simplest way for an individual to really protect themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you. My question was just for you to comment on the Onion Router project, which anonymizes traffic.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Which anonymizes traffic, so it lets people hide. And so it's not that it's going to prevent the kind of attacks coming. I mean, they'll find different other ways of getting through, but it just seems like it makes it easier for, people and nation states to use this and propagate these kinds of attacks. I guess it's a double-edged sword, isn't it, if you will? So do you have any comments on that?
Too bad Alex isn't still here to answer that, but anyone want to address that?
I can speak to it a little bit. We actually usually see Tor more with a lot of criminal activity. We don't tend to see it too much with what would be considered APT. We've seen a bit of it. Honestly, by and large, a lot of people that use Tor, especially if they're using it from work, or probably shouldn't be looking at whatever they're looking at. So one of the best policies is block Tor at work. Like realistically, no one, unless for someone actually has a legitimate use case that they can state to their IT department that they absolutely have to have Tor on their work system, just block it.
Or you're a university.
Yeah.
Like, there aren't a whole lot of things you access via Tor that you necessarily need for work. And if you have those use cases, but then you can limit it to a much smaller footprint versus anybody and everybody, then you know it's, these 5 teachers that are using it, or this research group, and why they're using it. And you could also then log that activity and pay a lot more attention to the traffic and catch things that are malicious that way as well.
We've got about less than 3 minutes left, so we'll have 2 more quick questions. So go ahead, please.
Thank you. I was impressed by the colonels and the FBI's presentations about what they're doing, but then I see what's happening to the IRS and the personnel file breach. Could you comment on, whether other departments and agencies are doing the same things that you folks are doing? Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I can just refer back to the discussion earlier. I'm trying to think, I think Ari talked about it. The emphasis really has been on funds for FBI, DHS, DOD for the most part. DHS has a responsibility for the federal government, the civilian unclassified networks across the federal government. So, that's an organization that's not that old. They combine 22 different organizations underneath it. And oh, by the way, their focus has been on deterring, preventing terrorism attacks, right? So it's a huge challenge. Our federal government is a large bureaucracy. I lost my train of thought on that, but I got lost in the bureaucracy. So I'll pass off to Tom on the rest.
No, and it's one of those that, it starts at the local level and it continues on at our headquarters level. At the local level, we have our cyber task forces, where I've got personnel from Michigan State University Police, Michigan State Police to work with their Michigan Cyber Command Center. We're also integrating with any of the local agencies that are here. Defense Security Services regarding all of the clear defense contractors. Secret Service has their electronic crimes task force that we work with them and share information with them. Postal Inspection Service. All of those law enforcement agencies and federal government agencies that have investigative resources, we are continually working more and more with them to share information that we're seeing both locally and nationally. You go to the national level and you have the National Cyber Investigative Joint Task Force, which has now, I think it's 23 different partners, agencies, all in one facility, plus international, including international partners because of the international spread that we're starting to see. So it's one of those that we're finding more and more ways to really push and share information to make sure that everybody's secure and everybody's aware of what the targeting aspect are of the adversaries.
Thank you. Last question.
I work in the continuous monitoring and incident response world, and the biggest problem I've found so far is when we've found bona fide threats within our customer networks, convincing our clients of the importance of action. Not just handling it like an event, an adverse event, but an actual incident and elevating it. Time and again, we'll run into other agendas, basically, that seem to stymie those efforts. And I wondered, based on your collective experience, if you had any advice about tactics to employ when communicating these sort of adverse events to Layer 8 type personalities.
Good.
So I'd say you need to engage the business side of the house a lot more than the IT side of the house for something like that. That's really where we've got our most benefit, was giving a decent explanation as to what's happening to the business side and what the risk is to not doing something, which tends to be what, I don't want you in here, right? I want you away from me. But the business side, really, if they understand the risk and they understand what the business implication of not doing something is, typically you'll get a response, and they can help you to encourage that other group to move forward with correction.
All right, thanks. Oh, go ahead, Tom.
Well, and to add to that, you know, the other part is, conversely to that one, it's getting the business people to understand that they need to include the IT personnel when they're making some business decisions, that when they're deciding to open up certain aspects of the network based upon a research grant, a project, an overseas venture, travel overseas. But a lot of it boils down to, and even kind of related to the earlier question, it's encouraging engagement with law enforcement, whether locally or federally. It's identifying that there's a lot of information that we can share, but we can't share everything. There has to be a need to know and a reason to share that information. It's encouraging them to understand that, you know, the FBI is not going to divulge their information. They're going to protect that information. When adjudication comes and we prosecute, then somebody's actually, you know, then the information is going to be out there that they were a victim. But it really starts, and I think a lot of it starts across the board, is it's communication. And it's opening that line of communication up, whether it's internally and then figuring out who you want to work with externally to start trying to prevent these threats.
Thank you. So I'd like to thank our 4 panelists for coming to share their insights with us today. Thank you. I also want to thank all the people who have worked on this summit. As you can see, it's a big production, especially with the governors participating. There are a lot of logistics and a lot that had to be done to make sure that things went smoothly. And I really appreciate all the hard work and professionalism that allowed us to pull off this summit today. So thank you to all those people. And finally, thank you. As the governor said, thank you for showing up. Thank you for being interested in security. It's a big challenge, but the key for us is the University of Michigan has great things to accomplish, and the world needs us to accomplish those things, but we need to do it safely. And it takes the work and consideration of all people like you to do that. So I just want to finish on that note, and please take advantage of the reception out in the foyer. But thank you so much, and I appreciate your attendance.